Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are going to be playing some Vanilla Victory on stream for the first time in quite a while. I realize it's actually been forever since we played Vanilla Victory on stream. We almost exclusively play with a mod. We're going to play a run that we haven't like fully prepared probably, or something like this, and we're going to see what chat wants us to play. We're probably going to play that. Play us as real generalist in Victoria 3, I know. There's been so much Civ 7 lately. I've been trying to get knowledgeable enough about Civ 7 that I feel comfortable making videos on it. And that has taken, I think in the past 2 weeks, I've played like 120 hours of Civ. So, there's that. Have you ever tried Geopolitical Simulator 5? Have you played it and tried it, or... I played it and it's good. I haven't. I usually the games I select to play, like right now we're not playing Path of Exile because then we'll get diverted too much from or other games we're trying to play. Hey, the other coffee, vanilla flavor in Victoria 3. Yum yum. Whoop whoop. Hi Renee. Lady Ray. As they say. I dropped my cap. Not my cap. The worst. How will I'll have to drink everything from the jug immediately without the cap. Can you show what an optimal Japan start looks like? I think we did a pretty good Japan start with Jewish Japan. It wasn't like fully optimized. Doing something like fully optimized, full exploits. I'm pretty sure what you're supposed to do with Japan, in terms of deviating from what we did, is you're supposed to rev. And I'm not 100% sure. And so take a little bit of trial and error to find it out. Philip, thank you for the follow, big nice. For your next Japan run, I discovered a Seeker stack. Next Japan run next year. Don't you mean next patch? You gotta do one every patch. We haven't done a Qing run this patch. So Qing is maybe an option for a country for us to play. Manchuria is always an option, but it'll never get selected. Someone was requesting Mali the other day, and after I kind of wouldn't mind playing Messina, because man oh man, I was looking back over like the best states list. Oh, how Eastern Mali has fallen. Not exploits. If you're talking without using exploits, what we did with Jewish Japan should be pretty replicable and solid. I don't know about optimal. I made it to stream start. Poggers. I almost said Coggers. That's the wrong game. Prussia run? We could do Prussia. We could definitely do some Prussia. It's been a while since we've played Prussia. Looking for Brazil gameplay. We haven't played Brazil in a while either. Brazil's up there. Why don't we start writing some of these down? So, Manchuria, China, Brazil, Prussia, Mali. Play Formosa. Would conquer it as USA or Britain and release it. We could restart in console mode if you really want to play futuristic Taiwan. And just give ourselves a bunch of tax. Indonesia? I was thinking about Indonesia. So there's actually a really good company in Burma that we're planning on using for the Jewish Japan run. Do Korea as well. Korea and Manchuria kind of overlap a little bit. But take a look at Burma. So some of the companies got updated, and we were thinking of doing a like top companies list, and so we were taking a closer look at companies. Where is it? But I think this is probably the best oil company here. It's a little bit hard to say, but it's oil and rice. Pretty nice. This one. Steel Brothers and Co. Limited. Because there's not a very good grain company, I think, outside of this. Love the channel. Thank you, Tavner. Paraguay. Transistor Heaven, 200 years early. We just get all the text, start with all the text, and see what we can do as Taiwan. I think you can do quite a lot with all the text. Not for Mexico. Ooh, we haven't played Mexico in forever. We played Romania somewhat recently. But we haven't played Mexico in forever, so let's put Mexico on the list. So far we have Manchuria, China, Brazil, Prussia, Mexico, Mali. We could release play as Greenland and try and conquer the US. People asking generalists for a campaign run, like the campaign will go past 1860. Man, Gloria woke up on the shade side of the morning. Or the shade side of the bed this morning. You're so right, though. What's your strongest country list look like now? I guess it kind of depends how you want to play. So France has always been really, really strong if you want to go to war day one. I think UK is still probably better, but it's close. Because it's probably UK, France, and then it gets complicated. Prussia's still really good if you want to chill for a little bit, and then you form Super Germany. If you want to go low infamy, like, then France is, like, not going to be number 2. If you wanted to stay within your natural borders, then USA and Russia both get really good. And so, like, to some degree, it depends on your criteria. Like, with the way I like to play the games, where we're staying under 25 infamy for the most part, it's going to be UK, and then probably Prussia, and then... See, Russia starts really far behind attack, and it's really hard to... It takes a while to overcome that overall. And so if you're talking about... And then biggest GDP is a completely different question as well. Because biggest GDP, we're going to do a video on that, or I have some notes for it. The biggest GDP potential, it's probably EIC. Because they have a really good modifier. And these guys. And the only modifier that's like, combined with a really good modifier on their, landowners, minus mortality, which applies to people in subsistence farms. So your growth rate if the EIC is insane. And the most important thing is maximizing growth rate. But so if your metric is endgame GDP, then things change quite a bit. And it's not like, it's not UK anymore. UK is probably solid. You should do a run where you country switch like you're playing Civ 7. That would be interesting. Haiti, but you beat up France. El Capcho captured on this day in history in Mexico at this time. We'll have Mexico in the poll. So far we have 6 in the poll. If Russia would love to see you try and get Bismarck. We actually haven't gotten Bismarck before. There's like an achievement for also getting a particular agitator. We switch countries, we can't get achievements here, but... EIC, not China? No, China doesn't have... Well, so, for the absolute highest GDP possible, you, at the very end of the game, will isolate your market and drive prices up infinitely high, at which point, the free money modifier given to you by, these guys, and the newly created army, the minus mill goods cost, is much less useful. But if you don't use that exploit, then China starts to look pretty good too, and it might be China, because like a big part of it is, and you probably do exploits to do this in terms of maximizing GDP, is you get to level 4 public health insurance as quickly as possible. Ottomans? We haven't done Ottomans in forever. Let's put that down. I think we maybe take one more max and do a pull. Max Sterner, that's the one. We haven't gotten that achievement. Not that we were ever really pecking for achievements, since we did a poll like 2.5 years ago if people really cared about going for achievements. The answer was no. So right now we have Manchuria, China, Brazil, Prussia, Mali, Mexico, and Ottomans. Maybe that's good enough for a poll. Maybe let's get... We could put Italy in there. Someone was requesting an Indonesia run not too long ago. Which is the best start in Southeast Asia? Maybe we put that in there as well. I think it's probably Siam. It's probably actually just whoever has the most pop. Actually, it's probably not Burma. Burma gets waxed early on most of the time. Let's put Siam down. And let's start a rank order poll. Unless someone else... You vote Bosnia, son? Bosnia, son? You ever been in this shit? Bosnia is going to be a lot of just hanging out, because it's landlocked at the start. And it's going to be a lot of... Well, actually, it's probably not too bad. You can probably get Austria to help you. In theory, you're probably supposed to restart quite a bit and just get this at the start, and then it's kind of a relatively standard. Actually, let's do Bosnia, son, instead of Siam as the last one. Sikkim will get... Sikkim is the type of run you want to do prep for, because you want to find out the best way to do it first. We're gonna straw poll, much to the chagrin of the YouTubers who don't believe in democracy for the Twitchers. Which, it's governance by the people, for the people, but the people are from Twitch, is the YouTube position. Brazil, Prussia, Mali. We saw the Mansa Musa like flavor thing, and then Mali's been on the mind a little bit, and then we like looked at our old tier list with like Eastern Mali as number 2, best state, and we were like, man. It do be like that. Now this is a ranking poll. Just to reiterate to everyone, this is a ranking poll. So this means you drag to the top and then you click vote. You drag the order of your preference and then you click vote. If you just like try and click at one and this type of thing, you're gonna ship it with basically the starting condition. And then you will be not voting, but instead tainting the well with your bad vote. I repeat, this is a rank order vote. Okay? Okay. Let's maybe take a look at what people are going to be voting. Oh no! Okay, so just to be clear, we do this, and we rank based on our order of preference. It is a ranking poll. We're not going to vote, obviously. So unbelievably hyped for U5 that we'll never stop coping that it will be amazing. My fear is that it just won't run. See, a lot of you guys are probably shipping it with the standard order, which is why Manchuria is number 1. What do you feel like playing? All of these sound pretty good to me, otherwise I wouldn't have put them down as options. Mexico's doing pretty hot, though. want you guys to vote for what you want to see. Hey, Avalo. How's it going? I guess we're going to play Ukraine next week, if that affects your vote, on Monday. We're going to be streaming all day. So that's the anniversary of the invasion of Ukraine. The charity stream. I haven't set up the charity thing yet, though. That's the stuff. What about better China? Heavenly Kingdom? They probably are better. The Chinese... Actually, I don't know if the interest group actually changes the bonus. The bonus probably doesn't change. It looks like Mexico's doing pretty hot. You go, Sikkim, you go for Afghan with the help of Persia? That sounds about right. Like, you go through Tibet. The most important thing is to get to the coast as quickly as possible. And so however it is that you do that with the, like, Sikkim, like, whether it's, using the trick to bust up Great Britain and then somehow winning a fight to take West Bengal, or, yeah, just working your way through here. The fundamental thing is, like, always just coastal access. Once you have coastal access, you can do the small ball expansion, like, paths that are reasonable. Yeah, the performance could be awful, but they said early Black Death decimating half the pops. The game runs faster afterwards, so they get slower once pops recover. That's kind of hilarious. The chugging making you thirsty? You gotta do it. Using the current position to promote your channel? How paradox of you? Pretty sure I've been doing this every single year. On the anniversary of the invasion of Ukraine, I have been streaming, and I lose subs every time, so... I'm pretty sure it's bad for the channel. If you actually go over there, you could already see people commenting, like, negative stuff in the stream chat. And positive stuff, too, but... I mean, it's not, pretty sure it's not intelligent from the perspective of channel maxing to do something like that. It's hard to say because it gets a lot of views. Probably should have a different thumbnail for our thing. But we could show you. We get, someone hits us with the bye. Yeah. These types of comments. Bye-bye. Coping stream. Big Sag. Political stupid. Unsubscribe that shit. Ayo. Looks like Mexico is still leading on strong in the polls, so it's gonna be between Mexico and Manchuria, likely. So if you're just coming in, we are doing a rank order poll. Now this is a rank order poll. That means you order things and then you click vote based on your preference. And keeping in mind that Mexico and Manchuria, it's kind of between them, it looks like we're gonna repost the poll. Does Mexico conquer the U.S.? We go for the Great Lobster shape. Is usually how we gonna run and play that. If you conquer a set of states as Mexico, you can make yourself look like a big giant lobster, and I think that's the funniest thing ever. So that's probably how we run that. So like, there's one claw, right? You get the head, and then you get the other claw coming in, and you go for lobster Mexico. Some people say this isn't meta, but they're just wrong. It's not meta. Yeah. Builds the Autobahn, basically. We should do a whipped around to reimburse journalists for being based in a good way. No. You should just donate to whatever charity I decide to pick instead of giving anything to me. That's why we're actually gonna take out the normal dono link when we do the charity stream. This year's Ukraine charity stream is going to be wild considering Trump is shitting the international bed. Yeah, I agree, and us having Trump on the thumbnail is definitely going to be bad for the channel. but yeah. Paradox fandom is probably one of the few niches where the West is a bad idea to stream for a Ukrainian charity. Yeah, I'm not doing it because it's a good idea. But it's looking like people are settling in on Mexico. Oh no, Manchuria's ahead now. We have to click refresh sometimes on this thing. Click the wrong thing. Looks like you guys are feeling Manchuria now. Brazil kind of coming in. We're only 6 minutes in and we're still getting a lot of people coming into the stream, so maybe we keep it going a little while longer. What happened to the tournament? I don't know who won in the tournament. We didn't do the second week because my brother was visiting. And then the third week didn't feel like contiguous. They might even be running today another thing, but also people have been wanting me to play Vanilla Victory on stream, or someone was commenting that it's been forever. So there's meta, this is good for the game, and there's meta, this is some funny shit. Lobster Mexico is the second. Yeah, basically. It's yeah, I'm definitely donating to the cause. Yeah, I have to find a charity that's actually sending, like, or actually goes to military equipment, because that's what I want to do, and then I have to try and see if it's legit, and honestly, to check and see if a charity's legit is, like, it feels difficult. Another problem just in general is, like, Ukraine scores really poorly on corruption, so, like, when you send money into Ukraine, it's like so many cents on the dollar is probably a little bit less effective, but, like, that's not a reason to not send aid. It's just, like, something that makes it so that, like, you're trying to figure out the best way to do it, and I don't feel knowledgeable enough in that entire sphere to really be able to do stuff. Looks like Manchuria is really far ahead, so we'll finally get our Manchuria run. Everyone's commenting Mexico, the big Sag. At 10 minutes, we will play whoever's in the lead. I guess we'll repost the link. The Hoi 4 community having a meltdown over India-China is the DLC incoming? I don't even know what's going on in the DLC, but yeah. I mean, Hoi, someone corrected me, it's Hoi, not Hoi. You know, they always get memed about as far as their community, having a bunch of people. A specialist visits the Generalist sounds like a good movie. Generally, there's like the too incongruous people movie archetype has one person being serious and one person being frivolous. I wonder if you have the Generalist being frivolous. You probably have the Generalist as the frivolous one, and the Specialist as the serious one in that. Are most Paradox players central / left leaning? I think most Victoria 3 players are. I'm not sure about most Paradox players. It might be the case that most are central and left leaning, Dusk Z, but it also might be the case that people who are fascist are overrepresented in Paradox games. Both of those can be true simultaneously. You could have a general bias towards being left, and then also have a higher density of people on the far right. Nationalism in my map painting game, saying it so, basically. Sizable portion of leftists have deranged foreign policy takes, which are pretty much Russian propaganda. The Russian propaganda is deep. It runs deep, and it's definitely propaganda. It's freaking wild to me that they've managed to convince people that the war is somehow a defensive one on Russia's part. Hui? Yeah, basically. The corruption with Ukrainian aid is pretty bull. Seen multiple charities get shut down for that. Is pretty bull. You mean it's not, corruption's not happening, or you mean that it's a difficulty when encountering charities? Because, like, on metrics by which you score corruption, Ukraine traditionally scores really poorly, at least in the past several years. This was before the invasion that we kind of have those numbers, though. It's possible that post-invasion, like, some types of charities just don't get messed with, or this type of stuff. There's, like, not as much grift. I don't know. Which... Are we watching the poll? Yeah, we're watching the poll. Sometimes I mess up what we're watching, because I'm looking at the poll. Basically, Hoi 4 devs did Silk Road Empire formable for India, which not only is batshit insane, but also made Chinese community sad. That seems like not what the investors would have called for. I think we're playing Manchuria here. Playing Manchuria here unless there's some... Well, actually, I think we're just playing Manchuria here. They're so far ahead. Thank God. We finally get to play Manchuria. Manchuria has been a vote choice for forever that I have wanted to play, but but no one ever votes for it. Very cool. Alright. Paradox player I know are far right, me included. Well, to be fair, if you're far right, whatever you are, that's probably the players you know, right? Or that's... You probably get along better with far right people, right? And if you're on the far left or moderate, you probably get along with people who are, like, more in your sphere. Like, I'm more closer to moderate in terms of, like, the US representation of those types of things. And, people on either the far right or the far left, like, I generally would not like to... Well, actually, I kind of, like, don't really have a strong opinion when it comes to hanging out with people. Maybe I'm a poor example. I have a high tolerance for people I disagree with. Do we release as a subject country? We'll do a lightning poll on YouTube. Because, close to 80%, a little over 80% of the viewers are on YouTube, in regards to what we play. Most Paradox players like tacos. This is what brings us together. The War of Aggression started in 2014 with the annexation of Crimea. Yeah, I mean, the War of Aggression in terms of militaristic war, yeah, started in 2014. Like, Yanukovych was also, like, a Russian stooge, so you could say it started earlier if you wanted. But meatballs overrepresented in Paradox game, but not sausages. Those are, or no, wait, not bagels. Yeah, they're sausages. Reagan would be spinning in his grave. Yeah, he would. Play as Ching's subject? You guys say yes. 31 votes. Alright, this will be interesting. Chat, today we fulfill generalist dreams of finally voting Manchuria. I know, I'm so excited. So Manchuria is one of the really nice resource-dense, like, spots. You voted default by accident, would go Prussia instead. No, we gotta re-vote. Not like this. Not far right-wing and just right-wing leaning. I think there are people who would categorize me as right-wing. I think that would be wrong, but I think that there would. So we get insane resources in Manchuria, and on top of that, we get like 30 gold in these two states, between these two states. So absolutely just a banger of like high resource density, like backwards start, and really not that big. And so this is one of the reasons, these are like the reasons we've been wanting to do this for a while now. I think we're gonna find where we has the most arable land. I think it's where we're already at in terms of the capital. It is. And then we will look at spending our authority. I think we encourage manufacturing right off the back here. And I think that really early on, encourage agricultural industry is pretty good. In places with really high pops, which is just these two. Can we siphon off Chinese pops right now? We can't because they're closed borders, right? Also, I don't even know how much we accept them. Yeah, we're Manchu. We ain't about that. We start with all their laws, which is unfortunate. I'm so glad they changed it so that China doesn't start with, like, this is such a noob trap when China's starting, like, poor laws. It's actually so hard to play with poor laws, and it's, like, so critical you get off of it. We have strong landowners. Did we roll? We rolled ruthless. That's not too bad. For a half second, I thought we rolled reckless. I was like, no, not like this. So we could put in the Confucian scholars. I think that we want to start to... Can we get these guys in? Yikes. We could start off with this, because we can't really add too much more stuff in government, and then start going for land and voting right away. Rural folk is the big one. We could go for changing economic system as quickly as possible. Let's try and change economic system. Yeah, let's try and get onto tenant farmers. And then for tech, I think we maybe, because it's going to be, since we don't have our own market, it's going to be, we won't be able to run poor laws or get poor laws. So maybe we go Romanticism to get agrarianism relatively early. This is kind of the old China strat. And then we want to build one construction sector. And we're going to put this on auto expand. And we're going to kind of get started and then catch up with the chat. Does Manchuria get the railway corporation? No, that's just Japan, I think. You're going to play Manchuria? I think you should catch and release them as GB for the extra spice. I mean, we could. In terms of pops, we have 14 million. That's what we're working with here. Trying to think what we should go for early on. Borneo's probably reasonable. The really easy one would be South Africa. We just have to build one boat. Let's do this. Is this Ethiopia? No, nobody tell Yankees fan. It's funny because IRL, most of my friends are left-leaning. I think a lot of it will have to do with like where you grew up and stuff in terms of people you went to high school with being particular groups, right? But consumption taxes do like nothing for us right now. Do we have a movement we could sponsor? No. We have no movements we like. So I think we're just trying to high roll getting off tenant farmers. This is a little bit of a yikes. Can we do one more decree and still be running max surplus? Looks like it. Can we do two? We can. So what's the other one we want to do? I think it's encourage agriculture, at least here for now. That's probably it. Hey Matcha, how's it going? The Manchurian candidate? Not like this. Why not play Divergences since Manchuria is already released? People want to see some vanilla content too. So the problem with Divergences is we would be the #1 power very, very quickly. And we wouldn't have a sort of like uphill battle, you know, in regards to that. Only about 400 native Manchu speakers today. That's crazy. Critically endangered. Considering, like, the height of the power of Manchu, that's, like, so nuts. Although, I guess it doesn't surprise me that the Han Chinese government is not particularly interested in preserving Manchu culture. Now, the reason we built that one construction sector is it unlocks our private queue so that investment can be used. Looks like it's growing at a decent clip, so we probably can build another construction sector. We're gonna squeeze it in between here. I wonder what proportion of our pops are discriminated against here. Let's take a look. We have... Okay. We have around 2/3 at full acceptance and 1/3 a little bit lower. Rural folk want racial segregation. I think we could go for this. It'll involve us keeping the rural folk in. The racial segregation is going to be a little bit better to accept pops. Are you going to get eaten alive by Russia super early? Yeah, this is a very big concern. So let's actually try and handle that. But this would be the spooky part about it. Does anyone else's PC to turn into a space heater when they play this game? Kinda nice in the winter? We don't play on the highest difficulty, or the highest, like, graphics or anything like that. So I think we could go a little bit faster, maybe? Moderate. Moderate. I think we're okay with a couple moderates that are not landowners to dilute their power. We'll go with that, and then we will go after Gaza here. Did we not put an interest down there? Dog. Why can't we go after Gaza? Well, it will tell us. If we go to the UI like this, it will tell us. Oh. Oh. What subject type do we start at, pray tell? We're a vassal? I thought we would be a tributary. Okay, we can't start plays. Your goal should be to form Qing. The GDP is pretty bad. Not like this. GDP shamed in the first act. We're trying our best. Okay, so we have to come up with a new little plan here. We have to probably damage relations. Can we rival anyone? We cannot. If only we could get 20 more Diplo somehow. I mean, during Qing, it was Manchu that was the official language. That's how it's crazy that, like, the language is dying. I suppose since Russia wants to eat you and dislikes you, Qing, you could use them to beat up Qing for you. Probably. We have to get our relation with Qing worse if we can. It looks like we're frozen in place here. Or is this bugged? Oh, it's just slow. We could potentially give them a mirror. I think that's probably no good. Check the rural folk approval. Think we don't need the infrastructure, so we'll say time is of the essence. Get a little bit faster ticks here. Let's actually check our legitimacy. It's above 80. Or it's actually at a rate where we could run medium taxes here. Having a little bit of difficulty employing that up. We'll add another construction sector. We need higher autonomy, yeah. Release Manchuria. We released, but we released as subject, so we're gonna have to play as a subject for a little bit. I guess... yeah, we need to try and figure out a way into... I think we were going to want to try and have neutral relations and then try and get GB to help us. It looks like GB... did GB roll the timeline where they're not pistaching? No, they didn't. Okay. I think we do that. Hopefully that doesn't make the landowners so pissed that it adds a similar amount of stall chance. You can expel diplomats? This is true. We could not expel diplomats. We could maybe use enough of these. To get closer. That feeling when you can't expel diplomats feels bad, man. We demand vanilla, and vanilla you shall receive. What's your favorite dialect of American English? I don't know. You know what I really like as a word, though? I like the conjunction yanked. One syllable, 4 words. You all are not. Yanked. Yeah. How's your relation with GB? You might be able to get them to increase autonomy. This is what we hope. They're currently cautious. Wait, what happened? Not like this. Tenant farm's failing. We don't want the relations to get too negative, though. At least not quite yet. Them being cooperative is a good sign, though. See how close they are. Now we can change ideological similarities of government. We have to get them out from being cautious, so I guess let's improve with both of them. Either one of them will be sufficient. Just take a look at our movements real quick here. Call an ambulance, but not for us. We don't want the negative lobby against Russia right now. Yeehaw English for sure. Well, specifically yanked, we're very, very enamored with. We're getting a government administration. We have enough bureaucracy now, somehow. So, what we're going to do is we're going to add more construction sectors. We're going to spread them out a little, though. That way, we can go to iron frame a little bit easier. And then we might kick one up to iron frame buildings, which instantly causes a shortage. Damn it, dude. How are we doing on draining the investment pool? We're not, which we want to get to. I suppose we could build... We have like 6 iron mines and we're still running an iron shortage. Feels uber bad. I think we'll just do that. We need to somehow drain down this. Pretty sure we can make trade routes though, right? I don't think we affect what the tariffs are. Just in case we do. Just to avoid the shortage causing throughput negatives. And then we'll come in here and build a tooling workshop as well. What kind of favor does Manchuria get? They don't get anything because they're like a releasable that like no one plays as. What you get though is you get like the most resource dense area in China. That, you know, you have under 15 million pops, so you have a ton of resources, you have a ton of gold, so it's very exciting. We do roll getting some of these gold fields, which is going to be nice. And where do people use Yanked? Which region? In the south. What's the goal of this run? To have some fun. But maybe we can form Qing. I don't know if Qing is a formable. Let's actually check. Oh, I don't think it's... Yeah, I don't think it's going to show us. If Qing is still around, I think it won't show us potential. But I wonder if Manchuria as a primary culture is sufficient for being able to form Qing. And so us trying to form Qing is maybe reasonable. He has no convoys. Sad. Our overlord. Makes sense, though. Russia flips to cordial. Let's see how close we are here. Russian attitude towards Qing is not cautious. You lie. You lie, tooltip. Let the boy watch. Just kidding, let him fight. Can we get an updated tooltip? Okay, so if we assume that this isn't in there, and is instead a positive modifier, we're kind of close, except for... We want to get those pacts. Tenant farmers, oh man, with 31%, and we're also... Big yikes over here. We're pretty close to being able to hit agrarianism as well. You annoy Qing with your market control request to deteriorate the relationship. Yeah, but you don't want to deteriorate it too much because you don't want them to kick up how much subject payments they give you. So the real thing to do is like, I think you're supposed to... There's ways... I forget the methodology. I think slotting your government in and out gives you a negative diplo catalyst with countries that have a particular government, either if they agree with you or they don't. And you could do this repeatedly to eventually hit a political lobby that is good for you, that dislikes Qing, this is what you want. Because having a negative political lobby will increase your loyalty while being able to have good relations simultaneously. Miami English, it's a Spanish-English hybrid. That's... the Florida-nese might be an example of something I'm less interested in. Alright, we do get Romanticism unlocked. Did we also get tenant farmers? Yeah, we did. Man, we're so handsome and good at this game. So, the problem is the landowners really hate it. Let's go racial segregation, because we said we were going to pass it. And that'll make the Han Pops a little bit more accepted. And then I think we go... Oh... Well, we have reasonably good mappy and iron and stuff where we go. Maybe we don't need stock exchange so early, and we could go the Atmo path and just start getting stuff going, especially because we can feed wood and the other stuff to the rest of China. Agitator appears. Let's see what the peasant movement's about. Don't talk about it, be about it. Well, we like the fact that they can get us off to a better tax system. You need to annex Qing. You didn't even call it one time. Impressive. We're saving our one time. We're saving our one time for the hard part. We haven't gotten to the hard part yet. We're gonna take this off of auto expand. I think we're actually, this auto expand business is not working out for us. We gotta save our one time for the law that really matters. Has this updated yet? Bruh. Your attitude's not cautious, my guy. They're closer, but attitude is cautious. But wait, what? Look at this chat. British attitude towards Manchuria is... Oh wait, it actually is cautious. Why is Russia getting minus 1k from cautious attitude? Or their attitude towards Qing. We can't read. Yeah, reading's hard. Just kidding. Might create negative lobbies in Russia though, right? Yeah, so this would be the downside. But the negative lobbies in Russia... Yeah, no, this is... We would... In theory, you would want to re-roll it a whole bunch. We're not gonna be aggressive about that, though. I'm not sure if we're supposed to sell our industries or not. Build iron in the capital here as well. Losing 6k, but that's super okay. Qing having a negative attitude towards China is good for us. They haven't gone for the Opium War yet. It's making Han Pops less accepted? What do you mean? North Asian heritage, right? Does it really? $50 acceptance from heritage trait. 60 acceptance from heritage trait. How are we going down a tier? Play is generally not wrong about things. Oh, they also have Sinosphere. Heritage and cultural, 70. Acceptance from heritage and cultural, 80. This will make them fully accepted, no? I mean, that'll give them a higher weight. Oh my god, you're right. You're so right. I thought we were moving from racial to cultural exclusion. I apologize. I'm a dum-dum. In my head, we were going down, like, from higher to lower, and not lower to higher. I don't think we want racial segregation then. I guess we're gonna make the rural folk upset here. Let's just make them big mad. I apologize. You're so right. I just, like, actually, like, my brain just, like, actually couldn't process that. You're 100% right. So, I'm having a thought that we could pass local police just to make, those guys happier. Migration controls, I don't think we can... Do we get intermarket migration still? I think... From Qing? I don't think we do when they have closed borders. Not 100% sure on that one. Getting off of traditionalism would be really nice. We have to get those guys a little bit happier. We could also just wait. I think we actually wouldn't mind dedicated police right now, though. Or, sorry, local police. Or, but our landowners like dedicated. Let's go dedicated police, just to make them a little happier. Generals, do you stop building the thing when you have the company, or do you double down and let them privatize? I actually don't know the solution to this. The problem is that the metric by which they grab the stuff is not proportional to the amount of income a company has, and so like the system is opaque. I don't know mathematically exactly what the system does, so it's hard to know. Also, the system seems to like not operate in a consistent way. Did we just exile a guy and get another idiot instead? We exiled an idiot, got a worse idiot. Except this idiot's literary. Chatty's literally literary. Not that it matters, because we're a subject. What's the point of the run? End goals? We're going to try and form Qing, I think. How's it going? How's Confucian compared to the other religions in game? I mean, it's kind of sucks. The modifier, it used to be like tier 1 best, but the minus radicals from political movements is kind of a shit modifier, so it's not very good. To the extent it's good, it's because it allows you to accept Han Pops better. It is going pretty good, Marcus. How's it go with you? If you want to make sweeping statements about real-world Confucianism, that'd be interesting too. I think representing it as a religion is probably a little bit silly in some regards. It's more of a philosophy, but a lot of like Chinese, like what you would call Chinese religions, are kind of more philosophical in nature. So I think calling it a religion is like not correct. How's the math on this though? Pretty sure mathematically this gives us the most enactment chance. Except we low roll it, so it doesn't. What used to be the modifier? It used to be minus radicals from standard living changes, which was a lot better. We have the manufacturing decree in the capital, so we could take auto-expanding this, and then let's set things up a little bit nicely for ourselves. I think we actually don't need paper right now. But we got a little bit of progress on it, not like this. Well, there's paper demands in our market. It's probably okay enough. It's probably the prestige right now. They need to get bad attitude towards... Oh, Russia's not going to get a bad attitude towards China. No, they are, once they get the claims over here. And Britain, we're hoping, resets attitude once we get the positive catalyst for hitting 50. What would China's religion be then, if not Confucianism? Chinese folk religion or something like that? I mean, maybe. I don't want to, like, comment on this. Or, like, I don't feel qualified to comment on it. I know there's some degree of ancestor worship in China, but I don't know. I don't know if that quite makes the cut in the proper way. We have... Gold mines haven't collapsed or whatever yet. We still have Atmo engine coming in. We got to keep an eye on this, make sure we don't get to 10k progress. Or above 10k progress, because then we're going to switch to lathe. Wish they had some claims action in the diplomacy. It would be nice. We maybe should have just given him popularity. I think we're kind of easily passing this. We're slowly losing money on the amount of construction we have. So we actually are going to have to rake some of it back, which is probably okay. Let's rake back here, and then maybe we can turn this up to iron frame. Because we're not draining the investment pool. And then maybe we let the paper mills finish, and then let the auto queue pick it up, and then the auto queue is just going to build whatever. Maybe we don't want auto expand on, actually, right now. Because we're trying to drain the investment pool. Just like categorically, we can make our own decisions. Us having a much smaller population relative to China makes us going for like institutions considerably better than like if you're playing a China run. And so now we make money because we don't want to be running a negative balance or deficit. Take the Industrialists. We fail to get the rural folk to pass the thing, so they always activates, but also now what we could do is we could slot them out without making them super pissed. I think we'll just go for this. And then we will have a pretty good pass here. Do we have sub-rice farms? Actually, I don't know what's the case in Manchuria here. Let's switch back to the UI. That's a little bit easier on the eyes. We do. So this is going to cause unemployment. The problem is China traditionally doesn't fit into the Abrahamic perception of religion. Yeah, this is the problem. I agree. Ooh, let's do that. And then here, let's maybe do that. Yeah, so unemployment's gonna get caused here. Specifically. When this finishes, it's gonna fire 10k pops from the rice farm. It's only gonna create... Oh, it looks like there's room, so that's probably okay. Yeah, so we're not getting any migration from within, from Qing, because Qing has got no migration on. So we'd love to get onto agrarianism. And now that these guys are happy with us, because we just passed the thing, kind of rough doing it into the stall chance. But it looks like they're neutral, so it's half what it should be. Looks like UK hasn't gone for them. Here's kind of moment of truth. If this resets for something better than cautious, we'll be in really good shape. If it doesn't, we'll be... I don't know how we... It's probably going to be small ball and economic expansionism here. Just thanks for your answer on companies. I agree it's opaque. Companies don't seem to build more of the thing as demand increases for the thing, but that's my gut. So the auto queue builds more of it, and then the companies disproportionately will get more control over that. We do get cooperative. Nice. We get the cooperative coming in. So what's this look like for us? 72. Ideological differences in government. We could slot around. So we could probably overcome about 50 of this. A little bit of a yikes. Let's take a look at their government. It's probably PB plus... So we can slot in Intelligentsia Armed Forces. At least. And then... $29 is the difference. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Another question, at what point are you gonna go through the registry and click the privatize button, or do you ever take it off for... And do you ever take it off for non-RP reasons? So technically, right now reinvestment's bugged. And you, like, get extra reinvestment from, like, government buildings that you shouldn't. Or, like, double dips on the math. So this modifier here, the investment pool modifier multiplying by stuff, makes it so you, like, don't want to privatize. So the math, if it wasn't bugged, or I've been told it's bugged, and I don't have reason to believe that the person's wrong who's telling me this, or I've seen screenshots where the math doesn't quite math, but the way it works is, like, before 25 billion, you actually want stuff to be government owned if you're on interventionism, at least in the example. And then after that, you want everything to be government owned in terms of the math, and I think that you just kind of play into the math on that. But it has to do with government buildings apparently exponentially use this modifier, which they're not supposed to use. Do it in an exponential way. Otherwise, it would be around 8 million, or like 6 or 8 million, I think, that you would want to change what you're doing. Do some of that. What's better, agrarianism or interventionism? Interventionism. Buddhism is more of a religion than Confucianism? Yes. Buddhism has, like, claims regarding stuff that... It's more in the realm of it, though. Buddhism doesn't have, like, a deity, though, so it still doesn't quite perfectly fit with the Western conception of religion. We really want the... Oh, it looks like... Yeah, it looks like we're going to need to switch between building something ourselves and letting the auto queue pick it up. The worst kind of micro. We'll let them do the thing. So if there's like 150k in there, they'll build a building. So I guess we de-peasant before then. And they build in the building. Perfect. Buddhism has a veneration of something that could be considered a deity or patron. They also have beliefs regarding reincarnation too, but, like, also not every Buddhist believes in reincarnation, so it's not like a central tenet as far as I understand. Let's take the throughput on the gold fields. How much are we getting from minting on the gold fields? 4k, yeah, super nice. We maybe want to use our one time on agrarianism. Before communism, Confucianism was too powerful and informative in how the government operated, and that it would somehow need to be represented somehow. Chinese defied, Buddhism deified Buddha, though. Yeah, I might be more knowledgeable about, like, how it is for... Why is this 0% stall chance? I might be more knowledgeable about a different form of, like, how you were looking at it. Inexperienced? How do you not start off with inexperienced and then get inexperienced later? How does that work? I don't think we started with that trait. Bros, how did we start out sufficiently experienced and then we became inexperienced? God. They must have dropped a new patch and we forgot how to play. The truth hurts. Reincarnation is kind of central to the idea of suffering, though. I mean, I can't... That might be true. This is just my memory of the religion. So I can tell you what I know. insofar as I know it. Perhaps I don't know it. Like, whether or not it's central is something that's independent of whether or not there are sects that aren't don't believe in reincarnation. Maybe your leader has dementia? Oh man, not like this. It's a Dunning-Kruger effect, live? Oh man, not like this. He's climbed up to Mount Stupid. No! Someone was mentioning how Dunning-Kruger and Mount Stupid are actually not really associated, and that it's a Dunning-Kruger thing. And I think I've read that before, but I'd forgotten it. The truth hurts. We're gonna urban center, in here at least, turn on the gas streetlights. This is why we built the coal mine, also to get stuff going. Also, no, we weren't supposed to finish this. Now we're actually so close to finishing, I think we're supposed to finish it over getting lathe. We'll go stock exchange after. We're supposed to stop at 10k and then switch to lathe. We always mess that up. Like, it's theoretically correct to research to 10k and then to swap, but we always mis-execute. Terrible. I think we'll build our 2 unis. Agrarianism will be a considerable step up here as well, as will that. We'll lose some of that. I'm not saying people don't believe certain things, just saying that that's what I understand about the beliefs. That's fair. I try not to talk. I mean, I've learned about Eastern philosophy, and I like took courses on it, and I've read Eastern philosophy. But it's also like, generally speaking, most Western interpretations of Eastern philosophy involve a whole lot of projection that is just like incorrect. So I try not to speak too definitively on Eastern philosophy because generally it's pretty easy to be wrong. How actively do we need to like try and check if we can get any support? I wonder how many people we need support of. Wait, why do we have ideological similarity of our government towards Great Britain? What happened to Great Britain? Oh, they put some of the things in. The thing is, we can't overcome that modifier by slotting in the government. We need something else positive. I don't know what that is. Maybe we need to have worse relations with Qing. We could try improving relations with Japan and get them to help us as well. In reality, we don't really need too much to be able to fight Qing. I think, because they think they still have the... God, we would have to fight him in the next 26 months, though. Maybe we messed up this open. I think we messed it up, chat. It's gonna be a lot harder than it needs to be, probably. You know, Dunning was never a person, and that he actually made up by Kruger, who thought Dunning was real. That's why it's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. I did not know about that, but now that we know about that, I think we're pretty well informed on it. So we're actually going to write a book about the Dunning-Kruger effect, because I think we have a lot to say on it that's really, really substantive, and that other people don't know, because we're so intelligent and handsome in regards to the Dunning-Kruger effect, which we just learned about yesterday. And so... yeah, I think we're going to write a book about it. Have you ever played / thought about streaming Tropico? It's pretty deep these days. I haven't. I generally don't like the city builders as much. The Dunning and Kruger experiment did find a real effect. Most people think that they are better than average, but according to my team's work, that's all Dunning and Kruger showed. The reality is that these people have an innate ability to gauge their competence and knowledge. To claim otherwise suggests incorrectly that much of the population is hopelessly ignorant. Can you try and convince Great Britain? Kind of. So let's take a look. They have this in government. Maybe if we do their exact government, which we're lucky that they slot that in instead of the Industrialists. But we can do their exact government now that... and then you see this 20s. This is the closest we could get, and we have the perfect ideological similarity of the government. So... it is tough. I don't know if having worse relations with Qing would help, though. But Vic 3 is a city builder. Not like this. We are running a negative bureaucracy thing, so what we could do is put this up. It's gonna make these way more profitable. We do have the auto queue. The auto queue is going to have so much more money now. Yeah, so we can ramp up construction a little bit. But we're going to ramp up initially by swapping everything to iron frame. And then I think we add one more construction sector in the capital. And then we let the auto queue do its thing. Okay, so... we're now close to negative relations with them. It doesn't affect the chance here. We maybe could get request military assistance, though. If we owe them an obligation... 5% chance. That's not very good. That's not a big improvement there. Ayo, thank you for the 5. Oh, the other coffee. Thank you for the 3 months prime. I've tried to fix this several times and I can't fix the notification, so it pops up when someone resubscribes. But at the other coffee, if you're still here, thank you so very much. Enjoy keeping up with the content, even if I miss the stream. So here's your sub. God bless. Thank you so much. And Dolicho Phallus, thank you for the follow. Jesus. Guys making me say phallus on stream. We love to hate it. We hate to love it. Genuine question, but how do you get off slave trade with small nations without messing up your country? You usually just kind of prioritize it less, and then once you get like a lot of the other laws that are reasonable and good, getting off slave trade is usually pretty easy, I feel like. Looks like we could add more construction. So look at this, we double construction because we went agrarianism hot. Agrarianism in the long run is going to be worse than like interventionism, but we couldn't really get on interventionism so quick, so... Pro-army would be fine too. It doesn't really hurt the way that it works in practice, it doesn't really hurt the landowners, but we also would rather be on pro-army, so we'll try and do it. Do we have a, like, liberal movement? I don't think we do. Yeah. We do not. Tropico is stock market trade diplomacy eras now. It's kind of crazy. Interesting. The two papers by Ed Nerfer and colleagues argue that the Dunning-Kruger effect could be replicated by using random data. What's the ramification of that exactly? That the Dunning-Kruger effect just, like, isn't real? Not like this. The more you learn. I feel like when I'm talking about the Dunning-Kruger effect and how we learned about it yesterday, I'm joking because like you wouldn't write a book. The joke is that the Dunning-Kruger effect, the people who don't know a lot about stuff tend to overestimate their knowledge on the thing, and when we're making that joke, we're saying we don't know anything about the Dunning-Kruger effect, but we're gonna write a book about it. But I've read a bit about it. And I feel like they don't all just cite the same study and then come to the wrong conclusion, but it could be just like not remembering or thinking through it correctly. Oh, maybe we can get Korea to support our independence? Yeah, just so close but so far with Great Britain. I think if we could get military independence, we could also make it work, or military support, but you know the play it probably is with Russia? It's probably re-rolling this 4% repeatedly until we get it. That way we can increase relations up to plus 80. Because I think this will equilibrium you up to plus 80. Oh no, wait, max 50. Alright, fair enough. Just kidding. Genuine question? Posture check? Oh no. It means that people's perception of their own skill is random, probably more based on mood. I feel like this isn't correct. Alright, let's see how our liberty desire is going. Is it going up? No, it's not. Oh. GDP is going to climb pretty well, though. Your joke is so much better after having explained it. Yeah. I make a lot of jokes on stream that I expect that like only 20% of the audience will get. But it's like I don't want to unpack the joke. Feels bad, man. But yeah, like when I make a joke that you have to like understand like or have taken philosophy courses to get, it's like generally that joke is just for me, right? And so like if you don't know about the Dunning-Kruger effect, it's hard for you to like read between the lines, and when I'm deadpanning about writing a book on the Dunning-Kruger effect, it's like it's definitely a little bit harder to appreciate where I'm going on with that one. I think after Pro Army we might try and we actually don't need success chance really, and we'd rather have approval on armed forces. I think. Is Korea even independent? They're not. To be fair, I really do like those niche jokes. I like the niche jokes too. Just like part of why I do it. That should help us out quite a bit. Actually, let's look at our infrastructure situation. Oh yeah. What sucks is this isn't on the coast, so we can't build ports. We actually do need to go for railways here. Influence won't really help us with anything. Yeah. Wonder if we're supposed to restart even. Try and figure out a better way to fight Qing when they're gonna have this malice, because the malice is almost gone. Wait, no it's not. Did this reset? Am I missing something, chat? I thought they only had this modifier for the first 10 years. How did it reset? You just run a meme of being the guy who over-explains the joke? Yeah, but that's... My sense of humor is, like, a little bit just, like, different. I really like the deadpan, like, under-explainy type of thing. I just came here for the Dunning-Kruger deadpan, not the Vicky 3. Man. We're changing the channel. Journalist Dunning-Kruger. It really does feel like Southern Manchuria doesn't... It actually feels really bad that they don't have a coastline. Yeah. Because if they didn't have a coastline, I think we researched something different. Like, actually. I don't think we have access to any unique companies here. Let's double check. This is Korea, I think. Yeah. Yep, all Korea. We had the tools coming in. Hell yeah, brother. We can ramp up a little bit more. We're gonna eat some debt here, but we're trying to get this investment pool to actually drain. So wonder if we're supposed to use the it used to be like the God PM. Like this labor saving PM used to just be so ungodly good, and now it just kind of sucks. But we want our economy to, like, build more stuff like tooling workshops. I think we'll wait for this to get us to, like, an even balance, and then we'll add a little bit more construction. How do you like the Californian atheists? I thought it was interesting, and I liked it a bit, and then we can't declare wars, and so then it kind of felt like it would maybe be worse for streams, so then we started a Manchuria run where we decided to play as a subject where we wouldn't be able to declare wars. I personally found your run a bit boring, considering that you can't really fight wars. Yeah, that was kind of my impression, and now we have that again here. Yeah. If Qing accepts opium addiction, it lasts 20 years. I could have sworn we saw it, like, up in however many months. But do they accept that at the... Alright. Do you remember times in which South Manchuria had a harbor? I remember. I feel like I remember them having a harbor at some point, too. Shiny Streams Vic 3, viewers quadruples, basically. To be fair, this is also our consistent time slot. So the people who are, like, used to, like, watching on Saturday morning or evening for, like, Europe, they're like, oh, Generalist is probably streaming. So, like... I also think that holding down the time slot is, like, a factor as well. We get more viewers on Saturday than we do any other day. Let's go low infamy France into EU with Emperor Dickens, I dare you. It's probably pretty doable. You just have to do pretty well with either Confed or finding a way to subjugate Prussia and Austria. Which isn't, like, out of the question. It's slightly RNG. You could also, like, infamy reset, so it will depend a little bit what you mean by low infamy. We're gonna do this so that they're on Atmo engine. Then I guess maybe glass works, but we want to not actually be building the stuff ourselves. This was a mistake. We just need the railways. I think that we have a significant enough infrastructure problem. No. Oh man, this is just so painful, like actual. They have really bad combat malices. You know what? Can we do them with just Napoleonic / line infantry? Maybe. And then taking Beijing as well. I can't believe UK didn't grab whatever. To be fair, we have to get our liberty desire high enough to be able to fight them. But I think that we probably can fight them. We just should have been damaging relations from the start. The thing is, they're going to increase our subject payments to them, and then we're going to cry. Are you considering streaming more Realms of X there? We'll probably stream more Realms of X there. We haven't streamed Vanilla Vic 3 in forever, so that's why we wanted to do it. Was the shape of Southern Manchuria changed at one point? Does it look different? I think it used to touch the coast. This got reworked as part of the Russia states reworks. I'd include reworking Manchuria, making a Mur, which here is localized to North Heilongjiang. It made this the highest gold state in the game with 18 gold potential. Oh, you know what? We could just open up the floodgates a little bit so that we could add construction. That's probably what we're supposed to do. By open the floodgates, I mean allow the tooling workshops to privatize. And then this will help to drain the investment pool. Currently 225k, and we just want some of those to become government owned so that we can add construction. Goes down a little bit. Not too much though, not selling off maybe as many buildings as we'd like. Still running 10k, so let's add another one of these. Not who we wanted buying it, but I suppose to some extent it's not too big a deal. We'll eventually fight them and then nationalize everything that is owned by them for cheaper. You should consider streaming that new Cold War mod that's supposed to release soon. I will as soon as it released. Southern Manchuria never touched the sea, I don't think. I think it used to in-game, but I could be misremembering. Reaching. The joke is reaching a little bit. Currently on second playthrough of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Haven't had this much fun in a long while. Yeah, Kingdom Come Deliverance, releasing basically alongside, or at the same time as, oh, we're not even passing a law. What are we doing? Floating authority. Just being dum-dums. What do we want to pass? Probably slot the Intelligentsia in. Our Industrialists actually come out to play. Filter everything you want and click once on the nationalize. Yeah, with the new tool. Definitely. I don't think we have any steel here, so let's build the steel, which will run a huge negative balance for a while we're doing it. By the Cold War mod, I meant hyperproxy. Oh, I haven't even heard of that. There's going to be a third Cold War mod? There's like one that hasn't been updated in forever that was really good, but then it's like not getting updated. And then there's the one that has like infinite events, but I kind of don't like the underlying systems. Feels bad, man. I looked at an old map and they only changed the former outer Manchuria. Southern Manchuria never touched the coast. Interesting. By the way, am I the only one who looks at Vic 3 maps on his phone so he can look at them when he isn't home? Or who has Vic 3 maps on his phone? I have them etched in my heart. I was born in the Vic 3 maps, molded by them. We actually, for our states, like our top 10 states thing, we actually did look at some of the Vic 3 maps a little bit to see where oil appeared, because it's gotten reworked a little bit. We actually should have taken a closer look at Wallachia. That might even... Some people were commenting that we left it off. It might even have made top 10, because I forgot it had a river bonus. Like, without the river bonus, it, like, I don't think it can make top 10. Also has a decent company, but... The Danube River. It's one of the better states in Europe with a river bonus. Well, hence it being part of, like, the top 10. There's 660 states. They really should merge some of the states in the USA, though. That should slowly get ramped up enough. Maybe we should have even gone for landed, considering how not pissed they are. Maybe we should have gone for this. I think landed is just fine enough. It's technically out there, but in an early state. Hyperproxy. I don't know if we want to necessarily do something that's like super early. We could greener grass some of these. So these states have like basically zero population. And we still have max float for max law pass speed. So, in some good shape. Still can't declare wars. I wish you could lock this in, this damage relations. This is a super annoying play pattern. Oh, this would have been perfect for the Diplo feedback. So you can't lock damage relations, so that means you can't perma be in the -50 bracket. But every time we pip the -50 bracket, we'll also get a Diplo Catalyst. So if we keep just doing that, eventually we'll get a Diplo Catalyst. But the idea is that we can't just keep damaging relations with Qing in order to keep ourselves at -50. We have to keep putting the interaction in, and it's kind of like annoying. But our liberty desire is increasing, but it's because we have cold relations. As soon as our relations dip below -50, they'll start decreasing again, which is very unfortunate. So just take a look. Like, we have to keep just doing this. But to be fair, or well, we won't be able to because we're at -87. To be fair, -87's rough. Eventually, we will get a Diplo Catalyst from that, which will give us negative relations with them. They're still protective, but they won't be for long, right? My kingdom for being able to get this through. If we could get recognition, we could do it, but getting recognition is tough when you can't declare wars. You know what, maybe we actually make an adjustment here, actually. Alright. This, our decree strategy was probably wrong here. We probably should have been promoting social mobility, but we'll promote in our 3 most populous states. The other ones aren't very populous, and then we'll greener grass over here. And so we're starting to dip into the full float for the minus enactment speed. Oh yeah, hell yeah, get rid of that idiot. Unfortunately, we need lobbies on their end. We could fund lobbies. Oh no, wait, we can't. Rip the dream. Already on the second playthrough? Holy shit. Well, the other one we couldn't declare wars, so like, I don't know, it felt a little bit rough. Howdy, recently found your channel. Hey, in bid to watch Spain beginner guide and Jewish Japan playthrough. Lots of learning happening. Thank you for the great content. How's this run going? This run's a little bit of a relaxed run because we can't start any wars. And we're also trying to drain the investment pool, which we're succeeding at now. So there's not a whole lot of actual game actions we're taking other than passing laws and trying to finagle our way into getting independence from Qing. But we've been really wanting to do a Manchuria run for some time now. Really resource dense is Manchuria. Not having a lot of pops. They're super resource dense, backward. They have a lot of gold, and so like they have like some pretty significant advantages. And so I've always thought that they'd kind of be a fun run for us to play as. But I could never convince chat to vote for them. If plus 20% oil throughput is not bad, the Hell Company, the Persian one with the plus 30. So I think the best oil company is the one in Burma. We can just move our interest there, that way we can take a look at it. But it gives logging throughput, 20% logging throughput, which is pretty solid too. But also, it's a rice company. And anytime there's like a company that's just better than like... so the margin by which the oil company here is better than the vanilla oil company is pretty large, but it's still not the best in slot. And so if something's not the best in slot, like per our rankings and way of thinking about it, I think it doesn't add a whole lot to the state necessarily. So we would give like plus 55 to the state score, but if something's like BIS, then you give like plus 180 or plus 140 after modifiers. Can anyone explain how enlistment efforts is ever useful? The enlistment decree? So the big part of this is the plus 5% conscription rate. Often this will allow you to have way more conscripts, like 6x the amount of conscripts you can raise. And so it allows you to win wars that you kind of have no business winning. Pelea's here. Asking if we're talking about vanilla enlistments. Wow, see, journalists, some people love your Spain run. The Spain run's interesting because it didn't get a lot of views. I think the regulars kind of hated it, which is what I was expecting. But over time, it's getting like a large amount of views. So I think the Spain run is kind of exactly what we wanted, which was a run that was appealing to beginners and good for beginners, but like the regulars wouldn't like very much, which, you know, sorry, regulars. I think we're gonna go motor industry into railway here. Opium addiction. Not like this. I think this is the idiot who got yeah, got exiled. We'll do that for now. We probably should have checked to see if it was like good or how good it was. I was wondering if you get conscripts. Sorry, I only had like 300 hours in the game. So if you come in here, this is to recruit regular regiments. This is to recruit conscripts. So you can see here, there's like 10 in northern Manchuria. So like what we could do, why you would use the decree is you come to northern Manchuria, and then now it's 50. So it like 6x's it all the way up to the cap, basically. And so when we fight China, we'll almost certainly use that edict, actually, even. I think you should have gone independent start. I think you're correct, Playa. We voted, and like chat voted for becoming a subject, but this is actually kind of rough. getting independence. And we would have been able to, like, do stuff a little bit differently. I suppose we could but, like, if people don't like the, like, more chill vibes. But also this is, like, I think I could probably respond to chat a little bit faster and better like this, because we're getting to read it a lot. Isn't the Bergman Company locked to English culture? I don't think it is. Palea hates the Spain run? Yeah, that tracks. Feels bad, man. My bad, Palea. Don't see English culture lock. The one with the 30% extractor throughput is English culture locked, but I think that this is probably, in either case, look, you're going to get like 70% extractor throughput, or 40% extractor throughput, or whatever it is, 45, from this anyways, the throughput bonus. But I think that this is by far the best, I think this is by far the best rice company. It's like BIS for rice, and I think it being BIS for rice means that it frees up other slots in a really good way, and that this company just ends up being insane. Sorry for off topic, but does Manchuria have Han as primary culture as well? That's like not even remotely off topic. They do not, though. Just to show you. Generalist hates regular people, true if big. Curious how many people are buying Vic 3 right now. Well, I can tell you not a lot of people are playing Vic 3 right now. Although, actually a little bit of a spike in... Oh, no, wait, that's a 7-day. It is trending down pretty hard. And Vic 3 is very likely to have its absolute trough of players. I think the trough of players was this 4,400 before, or in terms of monthly average, in August of 2023. And last 30 days is 5,800, but we're hemorrhaging quite a lot of players right now. So I don't think a lot of new people are playing right now. I think when the next patch comes, the Spain like videos will retroactively start doing a lot better. You should only restart as Ethiopia. True. Looks like 75% of you guys think we should restart the run. When Guild Destiny gameplay? Is it out? I didn't think it was out. So, Bourbon Company's fine, but why then Standard Oil isn't? It boosts railways and everything else insane. And I believe engines. Standard Railway has the problem of, like, you need specifically... There's, like, 1 or 2 states, I think Iowa and another one, that get the 5 oil, and you needed to find all the oil, so that's really frustrating. Standard Oil, there are a lot of really good railway companies. There aren't any really good rice companies, and so I think it's the pairing with the rice, specifically, that makes it better than the Burmese company. Otherwise, Standard Oil, I think, would be better. Like, in a vacuum, Standard Oil is better. I wanted to play Vic 3 a couple days ago, but the diplo play bricked my war goals and I just gave up. Feels bad. That actually is the most frustrating. What? How did it get bricked? Can you let me know? Because a lot of... They've actually solved most of the bricking of war goals. Yeah. You need to have an interest in a zone to see the companies that require from provinces there? Yes. African countries are absolute slog except Egypt? Yes. I think they should be, though. This was not their timeline. We're gonna have to play EU5 as Mali to get the real good African run. I heard they're planning to release the early access very soon for the sponsors. If they give me early access, I would play it. Doesn't Pennsylvania give like 30? Yeah, but Pennsylvania's not in the Midwest. It has to specifically be in the Midwest strategic region. Pennsylvania's not there. There's 2 states that have 5 in the Midwest. You need 5. It's like really frustrating because they come at like one at a time or whatever. Let's double check whether you guys want to restart over this though. But like it is like, yeah. Okay, 3/4 that you want to restart is independent. So let's maybe save. Tragedy of Darth Manchu. The Wise. Alright. We'll never come back to this save again, but I feel like it's the FOMO where it's like, but what if we wanted to come back to this save, but we're never coming back to this save? The most common brick war goal for you is protectorate. Oh, you know what? You're 100% right. That is really frequently bricked. I just don't declare wars on someone who's close to that bricking. But you're absolutely right. I wanted to liberate Luxembourg from Netherlands as Prussia, and then Luxembourg sided with me, and after the war concluded my victory, they remained in a personal union. Oh, that's weird. Interesting. Isn't an Obi-Wan story? It isn't a story Obi-Wan would have told you. This is true. It's definitely not a story Obi-Wan would have told us. Darth Manchu the Wise. Alright. Alright, so now we're independent as Manchuria. Gonna have very significant market problems here at the start, so let's set about creating a coherent type of situation here. This is going to be much more involved in hands-on start. I think we still open with Romanticism. Kind of. Maybe not, actually. I think it's not. I think we need stock exchange because we need trade to resolve a lot of our early problems. The thing is, this game will be evergreen with newer generations instead of invested in spreadsheets. It'll never be in the tops. Wait, what? Are you talking about the other Guild of Destiny? Alright, let's come off this. I think that's our only demand for the glass. The paper we need to create ourselves. We need to add construction. Actually, let's just add one in everywhere. And then decrees. We'll do a little bit different on our decree. We'll promote social mobility in the 3. And road maintenance here. And then encourage manufacturing here as well. I know we won't get the full float, but I think it'll be fine. And I think that we import paper and build a couple of these. And then we put import prioritization on paper. And then we probably want to improve relations with Russia and Great Britain. Let's put in a strategic region in North China. I don't know if we'll be able to get Britain to side with us in a place, so we maybe do a little bit of saving, loading, finagling, trying to figure it out. Let's take a look at our market. A lot of wood. It's very hard wood. I guess the presence of this is actually going to make it so we're going to go iron frame right away. Wild. Because we already have some of that set up. And then I'm trying to think what else we want to do. In theory, we probably should like re-roll really aggressively for a good leader trait, but we're just not going to do that. Theory is practice in theory, but not in practice. So we can use these guys and a lower tax bracket to get off of tenant again relatively early. Oh, we forgot to drop gov wages last time, yikes. And now I think that we're in kind of good shape. We'll catch up with the chat. You should ask for beta yourself. It's fine. I bet you'd get Civ 7 as well. We didn't ask for Civ 7. We maybe should have. I heard there were some people who were bigger than us that were specifically Civ 6 players that were having a hard time getting it. Can't really play Vic 3 until they fix the diplomacy. GB getting involved in every war and bankrupting themselves for a small war goal is nuts. There are some weird strangenesses like that, yeah. British response to the opium ban. Let's improve relations. Okay, so... do we have a truce? No, we don't. Okay. I wonder if we could get... We're going to take a save and try and see if we can get Britain to help us here. I doubt that we can get Britain to side with us, but maybe we can. The only correct save game name was the Manchurian candidate. True. That is a good one, too. As a pressure main, the Diplo play system is a huge pain, especially if you have to do multiple plays just to form Germany. To be fair, Bismarck did have to do multiple plays to form Germany. I think that that's kind of fine. Alright, I'm not sure that the expo is correct, but if we expel... Oh, we can't even get... Never mind, just kidding. We can't... We have to just damage relations with them. I can't read. We're having a rough time, chat. Let's just load. We would love to get in on them, but we can't... I don't think there's any war goal we have that's eligible. I'm trying to think that we can declare on them with plus 50 relations. Time to conquer every overseas state with gold, the gold warlord. This is true. You can get corn laws now that you're independent. Yes, we will be able to get corn laws. What's the best? Is the best way to get corn laws still just mobilizing? I don't think we can market isolate. I don't think we would want to as well either. Long Claw 8, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Yeah. Oh, we have to build a... military shipyard to really do anything. So I think that's what we'll do. Get some of these off the ground and then get going. 0% literacy? Not like this. It is really low though. Victory will have some players, even if the player count never gets too high. Yeah, but it's like, it's pretty low right now. Bigger than used though, you should be the bigger generalist. You're not big enough. We're super small, like, we're very niche and specialized here. Expel after damaging relations by 1. You're saying this does something different? Oh, we could, you're right. Is this worth? It's probably worth. Am I missing something? Why was the damaging by 1 important first? I'm guessing the sequencing is not important. You can import ships from GB, that's true. I'm Japan pilled right now. Like, The unfortunate, like, playing as Japan and you can't do it. Well, not GB, but I get your point. I guess we need to open with damaging relations, probably. I guess this prevents them from doing anything. Actually, we're just gonna expel right now. That way we can decay infamy. I think the UK is gonna lose their interest up there, though. For whatever reason, I thought it was minus 20 relations, not minus 30. Oh, do we have to open the ledger to reset the thing? Or we have to be on pause? Yeah. So Fujian would definitely be what we would want here. If we can get Great Britain to side with us as our primary aim. So interest not in yet, it's not. Do you think that they should add some kind of new cost to declaring interest, as most countries had no chance to actually conquer and keep Gaza and South Africa? I think that maintaining stuff overseas should be harder and should cost more, like freight. And that your ability to project power should be a function of like your maritime presence more than like. I think interest should probably, for the most part, radiate outward from, like, your base of power rather than just being, like, something you can declare anywhere. And your ability to, like, do stuff should correlate tightly with that, and that should be a significant advantage that Great Britain receives. That would take time for another country to try and get the same type of advantage. Let's take a look. No wars. Let's take a save. And maybe see if we can get Great Britain to help us. Release UA and take Beijing. Any thoughts on the qualification system? Yeah, we released a video specifically about, having a system to replace innovation and industrialization costs and this type of stuff. And I think that system that we proposed is better than qualifications. I forget the name of that video. But that would be, like, my long, extended, like, over hour-long thoughts on how I would prefer to see qualifications maybe changed. Or that's, like, less targeted qualifications specifically, but it's, like, tangentially related. So if we do this, Great Britain is at what? Minus 35. Do we have any type of diplomatic demand that's not gonna tag a whole bunch? So let's just see vanilla if this, well, yeah, we'll see if it works just raw dogging it. And we will also be able to, in this time, trigger corn laws, I think. Is there a mobilization option that uses more grain? I don't think so. Hey, we can sway Great Britain. Should we just greed for Beijing too? Going over 50 is not the biggest deal, and Going for Mongolia actually might make more sense. But taking our traditional seat in power. This will also make it so that we can... Yeah. I think we have a save before this. We might just go and see for the full agreed play if we could go for Beijing and war reparations on them. And if we can, we'll maybe do that. Because it might be hard for us. We might not be able to fight them in 5 years, you know what I mean? So by getting kind of the big ticket items now, this might be the way to do this. I just hope that they don't back down. Release Yue and take Beijing. Oh, you're so right, rather than to conquer Fujian. Fujian's probably fine. I forgot we could do release as primary. It's so much better on the border guard too. And then we can primary the war reps. If they back down to this, we'll reload and do that. That is better though. Like, if you were doing Iron Man, that's the way you would do it, so that you don't have a bunch of high infamy cost things. Great Britain might also abandon us if we put in the war reparations or whatever. Oh, we're waiting for our interest to go through. Boy, do we have bureaucracy problems. They did not abandon us. So this is gonna work. And then it's gonna be really chill for a while. Normally you want to avoid putting in this many non-primaries. Interest is in power, it's just sending some envoys over there. I also think it should just cost a lot more to have overseas stuff, but that you should be able to get a lot more... If you're leaning into it, you should be able to get a lot more overseas... So with the freight thing that we mentioned, I thought that there should be a multiplicative power with the amount of naval power projection you have and your ports to be able to generate freight. And so just building a whole bunch of ports wouldn't allow Prussia to like extend convoys to South Africa. Instead, they would need to build a maritime presence as well. And that this would be a significant vulnerability. Like if Great Britain like claps their navy, then they suddenly would like basically lose their anything that they have in Africa, which is like kind of historically what happened, right? And so I think it should be like operate in that way. I don't think we lose this, right? Bueller? Please send more troops. Yeah, no. They're gonna start picking up troops and winning. Yeah, 24 coming in. Yeah. In this time, though, with these conscripts, we should be able to get grain prices high. Right? Well, we hate this, we'll do this. Can we maybe export hardwood as well? We would love to get a trade agreement with Russia if they start liking us. I think they're going to not like us very much though, because they're going to gain interests on our stuff. And so that'll be a significant sort of challenge for us. So Sometimes it's hard to find the data. I guess I need another 100. Why does this not work? Okay, there we go. So then social mobility vibes effect. GB joining on the side is huge. Yeah. I'm shocked that we were able to get that war through. And they didn't back down to that. That seems like it should be a back down. Normally we don't throttle that so hard, but like I feel like GB normally backs down to that type of thing. Alright, so we're gonna need... The problem here is paper. We have it on import prioritization too. Yeah, I mean, one of the problems is we don't have... We have the textile mills or whatever, or not textile mills, we have... Are we really not gonna get our grain expensive enough here, though? We can change PMs, but the changing PMs doesn't matter because we have too many sub-farms. Changing... Oh, we don't even have any grain places. We can't even manipulate PMs to do that. Well, since I think... Well, actually, this decreases significantly the amount of grain we produce, right? I think that does change the PM, because if we take a look on the sub-farms, like on serfdom, you produce 1 extra grain here. Plus 10%. Oh, doing a low literacy dystopian monarchy pressure run, would recommend. GP number 2, SOL 10. Nice. I forgot about corn laws. I did not forget about corn laws. What? We have the guy in. We're export prioritization. And we full mobilized the army even though we suspected that we wouldn't need it. Just so that we could, create as much demand as possible for this. For grain. At what point do people start building universities like it's coal mines? 1880? For me, it's a construction breakpoint. I usually build to economies of scale at around 200. Wait, why do we have... Oh, because we have Beijing now. Whoops. Oopsie. Let's do that. I think we can incorporate right away, right? Yeah. 10 years? Bro, you don't see the 10-year incorporation very often. This is when they share a cultural trait, but not a heritage trait. Except for Han also shares a heritage trait, don't they? Is this just a bug? Hold up, this is just, like, not actually how it's supposed to work, right? Tibetan, Japanese, Han. Oh, we don't share a heritage trait, just a cultural one. Just kidding, I take it all back. The 10-year incorporation, though, you don't see it very often. Your conscripts are barely using any grain. Are they not hiring? They probably weren't hiring, yeah. They don't share heritage, yeah. No, reading's hard. I saw North China or North Asia and I saw South Asia and I'm like, they're all Asian to me. So, yeah, this will be nice, though. We're also getting a ton of money. I forgot we have Fujian as well. Is Fujian connected? It's not. We can connect it, though. We have the technology. Yeah, this is so much stronger as a start. We increase our we triple our population here. What we're gonna do, though, is we need to swap stuff around a little bit. Like that instead. Oh, we could move our market capital to Fujian to trigger corn laws, right? Because it doesn't have a port right now. Can we move it? Is it eligible? I actually don't remember the rules for moving this. That's super cute if we can. Can only make an incorporated country. Excuse me. So we do this. Oh, it's gonna take too long. I don't want to keep this disconnected for 10 years just to do that. Grain's still a little bit expensive, though. So maybe there's a world where we can... Wait, why is this? Okay. It was blue, showing that we're like supporting interest there, which we were not. Definitely not supporting interest there. Let's swap everything to iron frame. We're draining the investment pool kind of okay here. We also can't go agrarianism, right? Yeah, we can't. Maybe we should have done the things not like this. Oh, you know what we're gonna do though? Encourage agricultural here and here for now. Maybe because it's peasant levies? Peasant levies have more aristocratic demand for qualifications, so maybe that's why the conscripts hire slower or something. Manchu is strange because it helps you integrate Siberia really fast as China. When incorporated, you didn't take agricultural edicts. Don't cheese, let the corn laws be true if big, bless you. Thank you. We didn't use agricultural edict, did we use the wrong one? What do you mean? I hate that you're basically playing a scuffed China run right now, Generalist. Not like this. Not like this. This is a Manchuria run, except we'll eventually form Qing. Now it's too late for the corn law. The dream is dead. I mean, I think that technically we could just build a little bit and get it in. If we have a massive conscript army, we can raise, which we can once we get onto professional army. Whoa, these guys really are upset about that prospect. Oh, the landowners are real strong. Not like this. Dedicated police is gonna take a lot of bureaucracy. We can do it though. And then make those guys happy. Time to build more ports to export more grain. Now you're thinking. Never say never for the corn laws. I mean, we kind of... we're not doing the agrarianism research at the beginning here, so corn laws is kind of our only hope. We'll connect the market here with these guys as well. And then, where do we have the most unemployment? Maybe let's build... Yeah. Some of that there. We're mainly going to be in chill mode for a while, considering infamy situation. This is just kind of like a scuffed China run now, though. Perhaps this is not in the spirit of Manchuria. Didn't realize that adding 30 million unindustrialized provinces would juice up the landowners. Shake my head, basically. Silly generalist is silly. He's like, where'd all that clout come from? We add 30 million pops to our 15 million country. Do you have ports in your mainland? I think you're right. That we don't have any. Good catch. Just kidding, we're not gonna build that there. It's gonna be like negative, yeah. It's gonna take it 50% longer. How much is an institution for us? 158, so we'll just barely be... Yeah, once we get more paper, though, we'll be okay. Turn on some of these PMs. Auto-expand the paper in the capital. Do we want more powerful armed forces? I think we're kind of okay with that. Is mutual investment agreement good or bad idea in the early game? There's some complexity to it, but generally it's bad. I would say. Stock exchange is going to help out so much. We're making too much money here, so we're not constructing. Not like this. Yeah, okay. Just gonna get some jobs for these guys. And it looks like we could add a little bit of construction. We do want to move this up eventually here. I think we could do this one first. Stock exchange is going to help us to import more. Is there... Okay, just checking what appears here at the game start. There's the buildings. You can make grain cheap, use agricultural edict, tax export, change production, and make conscript law. Maybe you get corn law. Yeah. Yeah, because we are using the edicts. Maybe we can export enough to do that. I mean, we're currently using the edicts to pump up a whole bunch. What happens if we drop the edicts decrees? Close. So if we build up more ports, We also have a few of these that when we swap that, it will decrease grain production. We could also just build over these for not grain and cause massive unemployment. Do this too. Bunch of negative convoys. That actually might be good for us, because we can't connect this. I'm gonna need to import some boats. And we'll import only non-grain stuff only for someone adjacent to us. Yikes, we have desperate need of more iron too. We want the iron on import prioritization, at least for now. Not gonna use our convoys for that. Something like this. It's PMs too. We're already on the citrus ones. Oh, but we could swap off of it and then back on. I don't think that's gonna increase our... That's not gonna increase our trade routes size as much as just getting more things is... More convoys is the way to go. I think once we get a couple more convoys, we'll be fine for this. Beijing port's stupid. Let's not do that right now. There's too much turmoil there. Something like that. Rare 2.1 grain trade route. How scuffed is your country if ports can't even hire clerks? I think they... Oh, can they not? They shouldn't be that discriminated against. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're fine. We Gucci. We Gucci. We're not very Gucci, but we're trying. We're doing our best, okay? What should we pass in the meantime, though, here? Probably pro-army if we can. I don't know if we can. We'll try it. We'll take a look. We could try rug pulling it now. See if it works. What we maybe need is another diplo interest so we could do more trade routes. Just like level 1 trade routes. It's not quite there. Don't forget to nationalize Qing buildings, true. just these guys, it looks like. When should I be clicking the negative productivity trade routes? Oh, it depends how big you want to, how hard you want to micro. In theory, you could micro trade every single week. But I think just having an overall strategy and then having 20 to 40 trade routes to run that strategy, because trade routes really negatively affect performance, is probably the way you do it. And you just kind of like set it up around the strategy, and then you don't necessarily sweat it super hard. Listen to your videos every day at work like a podcast. Big nice. Thank you, Lat Vichy TV. Lat Vichy TV. Make content, bro? Legendary grain rug pull of 1839. You love to see it. I feel like if you conscripted up, you could do it. That's true. We could totally do it if we conscripted. Alright, let's do that, actually. Gonna have to find a reasonable war that has costs us 0 infamy, or we're just gonna go for Gaza. This will get us more interest, but yeah, you're absolutely right. It's just, we're like so close, like the conscript is just the way to do it. Wow, our GDP is so low for having 2 Chinese states, it feels like. Oh, how times have changed. Wait, what's this? Oh, we're stupid. God, I hate it when that happens. Alright, that should be good. There's so much infamy, but it is good. Moderate, sure. And then we do the rug pull here. And then we check prices with hope and lust and gluttony in our eyes. Yes, it's high enough. Corn law is perfect. Alright. Then we put it on import prioritization. We say, just kidding. The corn laws is such like kind of an insipid play pattern, to be honest. And then we also put back in this. The reason why agricultural decree is so strong, by the way, for those of you who don't know, is it does apply to subsistence farms. And then we don't need this. Or this. Manchu dream. Tell me it's so. Is it possible to get 1 billion GDP with no conquest? Yes, absolutely. I mean, you can't do it as any nation, I don't think. There's so many buildings owned by you and Qing, in your country. Yeah, basically. Poggers. Except it's not too many. Looks like there's mainly just buildings in Beijing. They didn't really have much time to ramp up in terms of ownership. Not the guy who earned the job. We hate it when they do that. Okay. So now we're just gonna be in chill mode for like forever. I used to love Civilization, specifically 4 and 5, but by the time 6 cartoon came out, I discovered Paradox games and I can't go back. I actually really like the aesthetic of Civ 6. I'm missing it while playing Civ 7. Oh no, here we go again to Gaza. Oh no, Jesse, please. Jesse says, we have to find a reasonable war to go to that costs us 0 infamy, or we're just gonna go for Gaza, Trump 2025. Yeah, basically. The good old America needs to step in and stop this madness, so we're annexing. We're annexing Gaza, not a lot of good this. Alright, I think we're going to specifically look to find out where we have unemployed pops and try and do this. Fujian will generally kind of do that a little bit more. I don't think we're incorporating Fujian. I don't think we want to just yet. 6 years on Beijing. It's kind of an expensive start. Yikes. I think that that's going to be okay for us. Man, we want to get off of... Oh, this professional army is like never passing now, I think. I think we just wait, actually, honestly, and don't try and pass anything. That way we don't make people upset. We're just going to wait for our modern conservative. You might actually need professional army. Qing is saved. Oh man, we're a little behind. 56 infamy, world hate for you. Yeah, we're gonna be in chill mode for a while. No bread, no freedom. Man, they really want to drive home that without bread, there's no freedom. Won't Russia invade you? Russia might. We're cordial, so they can't attack us for a state, though. But they could release from us something. Some people say cartoon, other people say readable. Yeah. This is kind of my opinion. Also, like, thumbnail looks way better for Civ 6. Civ 6 makes for better thumbnails. This is something that's kind of important to me. Is there an easy way to reliably ban opium in China? Yeah, if you deck on Portugal, it's significantly easier because there's a front and Great Britain doesn't land you as much. There's some other, like, cheese methods, too. My understanding is it no longer works that you can... There used to be another one where you could just delete all your ports, but that doesn't work anymore. You can fight Great Britain, get a truce, and then ban opium, and then they can't declare war on you for 5 years. Do you like playing on high AI aggression or not? Nah, because that's not what most people play on, and I'm trying to make content for, like, I play on the normal stuff, because that's, like, I think how other people play. It might be more interesting. The thing is I think it would be better if they made it more aggressive towards you, and I don't think that's how it works. We do get a Democrat here. Is he going to start a movement? What movement is he a part of? Liberal movement, perfect. Are we okay with an anti-Spain lobby? I suppose we could do worse than that. Probably want to be rivaling some people that are like small and irrelevant. That way we get more decay. Not the frost. Ah, my gumdrop buttons. Let's double check our PMs. Should be good. You should really try and get in GB market and get defense pact. Russia will get cores on you. Yeah, but they can't. They can expel diplomats. They can actually attack us reasonably quick if they expel our diplomats. Colonization unlocked. GB, if you delete all your treaty ports, my understanding is GB can declare on you for the enable privatization or whatever it is. Landfang into China is impossible. It is big sad. Play like Transvaal with Morgenrot after a 50% infamy, UK attack me. You should really try and get in their market and defense pact. We don't normally do that. It's actually like kind of okay right now, but their relations are really low, so that'll be a little bit tough. For now, at least. If we get positive catalysts with Russia, so that eventually we get like a trade agreement and like this type of stuff with plus 80, they probably don't attack us despite getting claims. I'm not sure though. Civ 7 is just humankind but worse looking. My current least exploited, easiest to pull off Qing Opium War strat is just to fight GB and let them land in Beijing and re-land behind them having war goals of revoke EIC claims on Punjab and EIC war reps. The idea is because it's a subject you don't need to actually enforce to enforce, right? Yeah, re-landing behind is definitely part of the, like, if you declare on Portugal, if they land you, you re-land behind. If they park their navy there, it's a little bit complicated. Yeah, he's not very good at that, though. Are we really not on wrought iron tools? Hold the phone. Bruh. What's the best way to join a market? I usually struggle to get in other people's blocks. It's to do like every single relationship thing possible, basically. If it increases the thing. Also, just because you get in the block doesn't mean that you get in the market. They have to either have a trade league or have market unification. Or you sway to become a subject of them. How do you make a truce with GB? You usually lose the war. Well, if you fight a war with them before banning opium, and they don't do one of the opium war goals on you, or whatever, and you just get a truce with them, then you don't necessarily have to win it, and then you, like, ban afterwards. Let's see, perfect. I haven't done it in a hot minute, though, so I'm not 100% sure. Why does it feel like PMs are always getting switched off in 1.8? I feel like you have to flip them right back on. I don't know. If you're using the reset PMs and you acquire more territory than you had before, then this button is going to lead you in the wrong direction. What will you do if POTUS bans all electronic products from the EU. I guess I'll have to, as a consumer, not buy electronic products from the EU. What do you mean? I mean, I'm much more upset about his stance on Ukraine, like, in terms of something that's gonna make me do something. Oh, our savior is here. Oh, and the movement's already powerful enough. Hell yeah, brother. Let's go. Super early laissez-faire. Don't mind if I do. Kinda mind this, though. That's gonna go away as soon as we get laissez-faire. I think we'll just tolerate that. What is that? Is that us losing war reps off China? That's exactly what that is. I don't think we can do super high taxes right now. Also nice to stay over 90, but maybe we have to delete down a little bit of construction. Just for now. Our investment pool is growing. So this is really like minus 6k. I think that's kind of tolerable, considering how quickly we're going to get laissez-faire. How do you have so much influence? We've rivaled a bunch of people. Do you ever play multiplayer? Not really. Multiplayer is much different. Like, my finger is not very strong on the pulse of multiplayer metagame. I occasionally do it with content creators for making content, but that's, like, different than, like, you're playing for, like, the memes, rather than, like, tight or whatever. Do you have any tips for increasing the support of political movement? Bolstering it? It usually helps. General strike, nice. You should put your construction sectors in one state if you can for the throughput bonus. Yeah, we spread them out initially because we wanted to be able to swap them up one at a time. It's probably a little bit less important. At this point, though, we're not going to delete our construction sectors just so that we could do this. I think all of these states have iron, and so they're going to be able to build reasonably and reasonably tall. We are going to focus on the capital, though, in South Manchuria. We're losing 8k in the hemorrhage here. We just want to let the idle queue take over. The thing is, we'll be super okay once laissez-faire kicks in, but maybe not if we get too much interest payments. Yeah, we're getting too much interest payments. Government admins are most of our expenses. Please save us, laissez-faire. You're our only hope. Here we're roughly break even, but not quite, because you do these two numbers add together as long as you can drain the investment pool, which we are draining reasonably well. Alright. We forgot to swap off of Atmo engine again after 10k progress. Maybe we should just stop doing that, because it's theoretically correct, but if If we can't execute it properly in practice, then it's not actually correct anymore, eh? I guess it's to railroads. I'm gonna use... I was about to say we're gonna use our one time, but then... So now... investment pool's still not growing as fast. That's rough. And they're covering all the expenses right now. Interest is an ugly thing. Also, when we discover gold, we'll be in much better shape too, but... yeah, we let the interest build up a little bit too much. So now we're going to be in for a little bit of pain for a while now. Oh, what are we doing? We can just set all of our buildings to... we can clear out... or actually, we can't clear out, we don't have much in the investment pool for them to buy these buildings. Well, once we get laissez-faire, we'll get a ton in the investment pool. All of our buildings will be up for privatization. They'll all privatize very quickly, and that should knock out most of our deficit here, so that's fine. And we get laissez-faire. Alright, 4 companies. I think we're going to do the wood company right now. Maybe generic iron's a little bit better. And once this nationalizes up some, it'll work. We'll do this. This stuff will be, you see, plus 75k. Stuff is going to nationalize privatize very, very quick here. And as it does, or we actually need more construction because it only goes through when cycles of buildings are completed. But when this gets finished, a bunch of buildings are going to get bought up. Your top 3 favorite nations to play? Russia, China, Egypt? I think I kind of like USA. Russia's got really nice resources, so that's kind of nice. France has got problems. I guess it depends what I'm in the mood for. I don't know, generally, guys who can have a reasonably fast come up and have resources. Countries with formables are generally fun. A little bit more fun, so as this finishes, a bunch of buildings are going to get purchased. So, current line of credit is 3.4 million. Oh, I think we already saw it shift. Yeah, just kidding. This was like minus 17k, and now it's like way, way down. I guess that we just barely missed that mark. But like, we could actually look at interest payments. And so every time buildings are getting purchased, this is like kicking down the interest payment very significantly. Let's just add a bunch more construction so that this can get built faster, and then once that gets built, another wave of stuff will get constructed. And then, yeah, we're just like off to the races here with laissez-faire. Laissez-faire is so good. Does the construction sector bonus affect the state that's in, or just general? No, it's just the one it's in. So, like, there are times where you actually don't want to build where you have the resources if your, like, throttle is not resources, but rather pops. So, like, for example, perm in your raw, insane resources, not a lot of pops. Ural, kind of looking more at Ural. So like building a ton in Ural is like kind of a little bit trappy because you're not gonna have enough pops there to do your thing. We're looking for the iron mines to get privatized, nationalized, or privatized rather. So we could do this. I think we need a level 5 one somewhere for laissez-faire. Or does laissez-faire require the nationalized ones? I always mix this up. It's super silly game rule mechanic. I think that laissez-faire requires privately owned ones and interventionism requires nationalized ones. Oh, this is nice. We get a logging camp here. So every time there's a thought for the game, or the game has to think whether there's a new building in there, it will buy a bunch of stuff, or buy a bunch of buildings will get sold off. So if we watch the interest, when that, I think the logging camp just got finished, we probably see new buildings be bought off. I guess not. Big sad. We need more construction. Ensure you're around. What's the goal? Recreate Qing? I think that's the end goal here. Still waiting on that promise, but not at all. Jabal Shamar run, father. Hey Kiko, how's it going? Jabal Shamar run. It's coming. Allegedly. Ecumenically, spiritually, physically, mentally. Okay, so the clothing is about to finish, so we will get a little bit of a roll. So we'll watch 16.9 interest. K interest. Do we roll it nice? Please buy our buildings instead of queuing up a building. Because it takes a weighted roll. And then you see the interest drop slightly. I guess maybe one building got bought. We maybe should have watched how much credit line it is. But it's like, it's with every cycle of a new building. So if you could do the cycles faster, you can drain it faster. Our investment pool is just growing really fast though, which is not what we want. Alright, we'll finish the coal mine. And then we'll add a construction sector in Beijing. Because Beijing has, like, the mineral resources and stuff. And they have, like, some of those mines. I think we're on this already. Yeah. Not sure if you're on stream, but I'd like to see you tall conquest, maybe Venezuela or Brunei for highest SOL. We are going to, after the Japan run, the next run is going to be Panama. Where we only keep the state of Panama. That's the only state we have, and try and lean into foreign investment, and that might get really tall. I think it's going to feel super scuffed and bad, though. Just as a general heuristic. Have the iron mines. The iron mines are popping off now. Yay. They're owned enough by the private industries that we can put that in. Spectacular. I think that increased our interest, because we have to, it's so stupid, we have to nationalize them so that we can privatize them, but in order to nationalize them so that we can privatize them, we have to let them get privatized first. Which is why our interest payments went up there. But now, we'll be getting iron. Let's check our trade routes. Oh, that's an inheriting the trade route that we don't really want. Do something like that. And I think on iron, we'll switch to export prioritization. Now, I think we have it on wood. Do we not have it on wood? Hardwood. The fact that we don't have an adjacency with Qing is so awkward. We have one with Portugal, though. If we have one with Portugal, we should be able to import dyes. Portugal has an obscene amount of dyes. Are we not using dyes? Maybe we're not using dyes yet. Oh, we have a bunch of dyes ourselves. And we weren't using them. We have demand for lead. Hey, AutoQ picks it up immediately. Hell yeah, brother. Landowners petition government. Oh, whoops. We should have been working on that. My bad. In a country like Russia or China, big country with lots of pops and resources spread out, how is it better to start building wide or tall in a few states than first? I think it's generally a little bit better to start building wide, also because qualifications are going to throttle you. Like, if you try and build tall just in one state, which, like, would be good, you'll get throttled by qualifications in, like, China and Russia specifically. Will it be Jewish Jabal Shamar? No. For investment run, you should do Switzerland, though, yeah, the Canal. But Venezuela was about every resource being present in their country. You can literally do everything yourself. Venezuela is nice in that regard. I think that what's kind of crazy is with the Panama run, we probably can't go laissez-faire because we're going to have to build overseas. And so in order to actually utilize the active queue overseas, we have to stay on interventionism. What are you using all your authority on? A lot of decrees. Promoting social mobility in our really high population states and the capital, and also doing agricultural industry because it applies to subsistence farms in the areas that are really high pop. So you see plus 31% throughput, 21 or 20% of that is from the decree. We're going to want to incorporate this reasonably soon. I think we build this to EOS. But getting on free trade will also feel kind of nice. Oh, my kingdom to drain this investment pool, man. We're gonna put these in the queue. Why are you still bolstering the liberal movement? Because they have laws that we kind of want. Maybe this is a mistake, though. We do want to get onto suffrage of some kind, and probably elected bureaucrats eventually. Wouldn't mind guaranteed liberties, this type of stuff. And so if the movement is really big, we'll get a bunch of loyalists when we pass those laws. It'll also help for passing those laws. Approaching 50 million pops. Also, with small economy, you want to retain the ability to privatize foreign investments. Yeah. By the way, foreign investment UI mod is a must for the Panama run. Yeah, I think we're using that in the Japan run even. I've been trying to do a foreign investment run, but I couldn't find a practical strategy to keep investment rights in anyone reasonably large. To get and keep investment rights in anyone reasonably large. Yeah, because the bonuses and malices for that are rough, right? This is something that we noticed, playing as Japan. But, like, if you're really small, it's going to be difficult to get the mutual investment rights. Let's take a look at some of these. Yeah, the GDP comparison. So, like, trying to depress your GDP and then get investment rights is generally hard, right? But you could subjugate a bunch of people. But then it's kind of like a little bit of a different thing. But that was the plan with Panama. Or that's what we're going to do with Panama, is all treaty ports and subjugation and this type of stuff. Or a whole bunch of it. Appointing bureaucrats is better for Chinese states due to taxation capacity. It probably is. I think they really hate hereditary, though. Oh, but do they only... I think they might only support stuff in the support category, not stuff that they support more than the thing. We'll just do this. We don't mind a setback. You boost your prestige and major power, though. Our production that get mutual investment rights, hardly any way to get side. But you have to, like, keep your GDP low, and there's, like, a GDP modifier, if I recall correctly. That's probably what he's struggling with. Because he doesn't want to just do investment. He wants to specifically keep his GDP low for the multiplier here to abuse it. I am assuming. Probably don't have that many buildings to sell off anymore, so we just have to ramp up construction to drain the investment pool properly. Feels bad, man. How are you gonna do full investment around Panama? Maybe I don't understand. It's not gonna work very well, but it's what the Patreon voted for the next run after Jewish Japan, so that's what we're gonna do. It's not gonna work very well unless they make trade better. They have to make trade better for it to feel really good. So can we sneak in wealth voting because they're super happy with us? We probably can. I managed to do Switzerland trade and investment run selling German coal to France. Yeah, arbitrage is like so rough without... Man, Switzerland's rough because you can't do convoys. Half your pops are on trade and finance. Sold Mausers to French-German unification, solid. It was with some trade mod though. Oh, okay, that explains a lot. Like vanilla trade's like too weak for that ish. Oh, this is super good for us. We're getting a ton of gold mines popping up. 9, 16 total here. We're gonna put this on auto expand. Pops are a very significant problem here, though. So actually, let's now, because we're starting to get the gold. Let's come off this and then greener grass here. I think we're slowly getting out of the hole, it just doesn't look like it. We're almost on. We can host your embassy. I mean, if GB has market unification, that actually would be attractive joining their block. I don't think they're going to, though. It will give us ticking positive relations with them, though. Literacy above 40. Good luck. We're currently using, yeah, all the PMs on the government development stuff. We don't have that one yet. We're not done with the steel frame building. Just quite yet. Maybe you mod that auto trade, it does week by week or month by month. Well, if most of what we're doing is trading, I don't know if we want to automate it. In terms of making the run interesting to watch. Do you only play vanilla? No, we play a lot of modded too. We play a lot of modded on stream. It's been a hot minute since we played vanilla on stream, which is one of the reasons we're playing vanilla now. What's your land ownership law? It hurts peasant migration. It may even want homesteading. This is true. Because we have a ton of peasants. What Demetrio is referring to, chat, is that if you're on tenant farmers, it prevents peasant migration specifically. And if you're on homesteading, it doesn't. I kind of don't like what it does to cloud with the rural folk, but maybe we're okay enough with it. Commercialized agriculture is like the one you want to get on. But we're a little bit far from it in terms of the tech. And specifically, like, thinking through on the gold mines is, like, really a little bit more what it's about. You see weekly migration 10, 574. This is kind of a little bit low relative to what we could potentially do. Befriend people for recognition. Takes time to get to 50. Multiple GPs. Yeah. And we should probably hit up France, too. Or anyone who can. I think we do have a declared interest that is undeclared. Oh, we have a few. Hot damn. That usually lets you do work with a lot of people. That's kind of the meta. This is maybe where we would want to expand, kind of in terms of it feeling good. Bolivia has had some problems. Jesus. Well, we're almost certainly supposed to declare on them, and then if we can't enforce on them, that's actually kind of irrelevant. Just lock in the infamy cost on them. Russia's doing Russia things. How do you teach the game to a total beginner? Like for example, like your girlfriend? She sees how much fun I'm having and she thinks she might too, but it's complex, I don't know where to start. I don't know what you mean by total beginner. Total beginner, like complete beginner, never played grand strategy games, or a total beginner, like plays EU4s, played grand strategy games, and like kind of knows and understands what's going on a little bit with these. Like, if you played grand strategy games and this type of thing, I would actually recommend my Spain run for kind of understanding the basics. But if you've never played a grand strategy game, I actually don't know where square one is for that. Like, these types of games are like, it might be better to teach her how to play CK3. I don't know. As a first grand strategy game, I'm not sure I would recommend Vicky 3 to, like, anyone. Like, unless they're really excited by the way that, something is getting simulated. You know, like... I don't know. It looks like we have 7 levels here, which is nice. We're starting to get some traction there. Is there a big reason to use the agricultural edicts in the early game when it's so hard to get wheat price down? Is it because you have China and you have tons of subsistence? Yeah. It's because the overall proportion of our economy that is the subsistence farms is actually really high right now. We're getting closer and closer to the point where this is, like, less of a thing, but, like, you see, like, look at this in terms of combined outputs. 15K, 22K, 30K, 38K. We'll call this 55,000 worth of output goods, or we could just add these two together instead of being a dum-dum, and it's like around 35,000, or 55,000. So that's for one of these, and like you look at like adding this and this together, it's like 10K. Like, it's just a very large proportion of our overall economy right now. But we're getting to the point where it's starting to not become as large a proportion of our economy. But, like, iron mines, which are one of our better things, is 10K. Like, this is 3.5K. Like, so adding 55 or 20% throughput onto, like, over a third of your economy is, like, a pretty good use of authority, generally, just overall. Confucius scholars to give the electric bureaucrats bonuses to appointed. You mean they should support... We don't have Confucian scholars, though. I'm not sure if elected is better or makes more sense, though. We're not going to enforce on them for a while. I don't think they try and land us. Maybe they do. Just in case they do, I guess we'll do this. So if the battle does start, we'll have an opportunity to watch. They're landing in Beijing. Did we just shoot ourselves in the foot? I don't think so. I think we can defend this with what we have, but maybe we can't. I don't think they can land us with their army. Did the devs hard code something where where you can never meet demand now? It feels different than other goods. Yeah, like in 1.7 or 1.8, I forget which, they just super nerfed grain again. Grain's been nerfed a couple times, so the prices just, like, the PMs are so bad that the prices should just stay high. The labor-saving PMs got a massive buff, so as you reach the late game, they're actually reasonable to employ up, because the labor-saving PMs make them very efficient per worker. You know what's cute? If they're landing us, they have no one defending at home. I guess the 1 stack. You know what's sick? I don't think we can get through that 1 stack with our 5 stack. Unless we had like more Navy. We want those governments eventually for being able to incorporate Fujian. You do have the Confucian scholars? Wait, what? These guys are landowners. Oh, you're talking... I got confused. Yeah, Confucian scholars we do have. I don't think they have an opinion though on I was thinking scholar gentry. What streaming does to a motherfucker. Yeah, I got under 5 hours of sleep. Things is a little rough. I just gotta sleep more. Whoa! Uh-oh! Uh-oh. I think for China, 0.8 is better, because until much later you will not have enough tax capacity everywhere. Yeah, I agree. There's probably a threshold with the number of institutions you have as well, and that the thing is institutions are worse, generally speaking, when you have really high pops, because they scale with number of pops, not how productive the pops are. So the more pops you have, the worse institutions are, and so it's like the dual scaling thing. So high pops, yeah. How is it better to accelerate construction as fast as possible, switching to iron as soon as possible? Generally, but you have to be able to import iron to make it work most of the time. Alright, let's hope we don't lose this battle. Okay, we don't, thank God. It'd be nice if we could win this one. Where are you going? Traveling to La Plata HQ? Oh, his brother was in the wrong HQ. We love to see it. I'm not sure our landing works either here, though. Do we really not have, oh, we really don't have sulfur anywhere. Okay. I was, like, thinking, often the auto queue, like, when you put in sulfur demand or whatever, you're just like... Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That's important. Yeah, when East India... when they break free... When this war ends, they're gonna implode into a million pieces. We haven't seen this happen to the AI without our assistance in a while. Chicken GDP drops 25% because devs didn't update starting GDP info, and then the grain production decreased so much. Maybe fixed now. Sub-farms in general were nerfed as well. Like, the output of everything else, not just grain, on sub-farms was significantly decreased. Sub-farms just suck now. They used to be, like, much bigger, like, economy share, which I think is probably okay. Is this remotely winnable? Not really. Alright, so that's gonna be a waiting war. We're just gonna be at war for forever. We won't have our interests in here because we want to go for them right away. As Russia, should I go for religious schools earlier or wait for public schools? I actually don't know the answer to that question. I think you wait for public, but it feels real bad. I think whatever the answer is, it's kind of marginal, I think. Because, like, there's... Maybe if you... Or think of it like this. If you have, like, other useful law passes to do, you probably do those. If you don't, you probably go for the schools, yeah. I would say. It is a little bit annoying because it juices up their devout, which is generally frustrating. Going public schools will take way too long. It will take quite a while. But... if you have other useful laws to pass, I would generally probably prioritize those over. Is it good to export a ton of wine as France for profits or no? Probably not. You generally want other industries. By exporting, you're encouraging your economy to become more disproportionately wine, which is not something you want. You want to prioritize infamy, research, and recognition. Recognition's a little bit tough. Because normally you peel it off of Russia. We could probably get it off of Ottomans plus someone else, though. I guess we kind of want to think through that a little bit. It's still a really low amount of infamy to go for this once it is in. We don't hate a moderate, but let's see what these guys are likely to roll. We don't have a general. They're likely to roll kind of stuff that we don't like, so we'll just ignore it. Like, usually I can't get off state religion until, like, 1880s is Russia. Yeah. So then you're talking about, like, the value of research. It makes it harder to get off state religion, though, if you go public schools. But not, like, way, way harder, because the extra literacy helps you to get off of... Like, the extra literacy helps, but then the clout bonus doesn't help. I guess it also depends on modifiers stack, like... And how much you want to, like, cycle through generals and play, like, that sort of... Like, if you're super microing generals, you can change clout a lot easier, too. Or you can dilute the effect of... You can significantly effectively dilute this effect here. The devout political strength. If you dilute that, then the literacy is more important for informing clout. So maybe it's religious schools if you, like, want to micro really hard. But, like, as Russia, like, you should be focused on changing your economy system first. And, like, it probably is a lot easier to change the schools if you're, like, getting off of some of this stuff, too. That's not very good. And then you also have to get off peasant levies, just in the abstract. Like, whatever the answer is, I think it's, like, kind of close. You get recognition from majors as well. You can get the stuff from Dutch or Spain or in Indonesia. We could maybe release stuff, actually. We don't have much of a navy, though. We still don't have to finish this war with Argentina. We could just let it sit for forever. Which is, like, such a kind of, like, bad play pattern, but... I love when I have a truce with country and I can't join with the country, yet they can't join. They can join diplo plays against me, but I can't. My favorite Bavaria run got cooked by the French. Grass, there is a consistent theme in what's going on there. Is you can always, if there's a truce, you can always join wars if it is a defensive war. So people are joining defensive wars against you, but you cannot join if it's an offensive war, so you can't join offensive wars. So that's like, that's working as designed. That's not a bug. That is WAD. I don't think we want this guy to get grifter. So once I'm good on wood, iron, tools, coal, steel, what's the next industries to grow? Focus on proper growth. You're talking about playing as France. It's gonna depend. So various stuff's gonna get expensive, and then it becomes like your high demand and spending and construction on your other industries effectively pump up your consumer goods demand. The better ones tend to be like clothing and furniture, but also you really want to push fish aggressively and wood really aggressively because it depeasants super hard. But you also want to like export wood, iron, and tools, coal, and not steel. But by exporting them, you make it so that you can proportionally have even more of those. You get recognition from Ottomans, but it's a lot of micro to win the war. Right now? Yeah, you're probably right. For those of you who are wondering why we can win a war with Ottomans right now, they have 5 strategic regions that they have to defend naval landings against. And so what you could do is you could just shuffle around landings basically endlessly until you can eventually get in and just repeatedly do this with like multiple navies and multiple armies and like just slowly whittle them down just by... Maybe we're supposed to do that right now. Damn, says Grass. Yeah. Grass, I had the exact same... I was of the exact same opinion when I was, like, first playing the game. I was super confused and I thought it was bugged, basically. But it's like, that is how it's supposed to work. If it's defensive, you can always join. Yeah, we're probably supposed to get recognition just ASAP, and we're just being a little lazy here. Well, I kind of want to get line infantry first. I don't think it's, like, entirely necessary, but it's going to be a lot smoother with the line. And then we need to deck another war. That's an infamy-oriented war. Transvaal, if their gold's appeared already, we maybe go after it. It hasn't. Glass is a bottleneck for construction, later on engines. This is true, you can build these as well. Glass is, I think, still a... Specifically, the stuff that costs 800 construction, you don't want to push too much. And glass is still a 600 cost. But like you don't really want to like actively push and export steel or engines. So it's 800 construction. Well, we're kind of waiting for this to conclude. Because as soon as they are done with their war, they're going to have some problems. You definitely don't want to fight Russia. Take a quick save, because we don't want to fight Great Britain. But we want to declare war, so we don't have our infamy decaying. Thankfully, autosaves exist, yeah. Great Britain's -2 in this engagement, so if we were playing on Iron Man, which I think is kind of mildly psychotic, wow, this save takes forever. Rip the dream. We gotta clear out that folder. Time to catch up on chat, though. Engines are not for construction, but in general, is our game actually just okay? Game was struggling. So there's a slight chance GB joins against us here, but we don't want to. I kind of didn't want to gain like 20 infamy, and then have this war conclude and not have as much infamy to work with. We'll probably go over the infamy dealing with them though. And then we don't need to finish off Bahrain, but they're pretty easy to do. No more wars here, so India's about to implode. So we're not going to get recognition and the discounts for being recognized here. Just kidding. We don't want to fight GB. Actually, we straight up can't defend against GB right now because we don't have... Like, if we had light infantry, there's maybe a world where we could defend, but we can't defend with peasants. I feel sorry for anyone who plays on Iron Man. Yeah, Iron Man Vic 3. Those people are another breed. And it's, like, I don't think it's a skill thing. I think it's, like, a tedium thing. You just have to... You have to avoid a lot of spots if you're on Iron Man. I think it's an interesting exercise to think through, like, how you play on Iron Man, though. There's someone on my Discord who plays Iron Man. Jimmy J. Shout out to Jimmy. And, I think he's probably... At least in terms of people who are, like, active on the forums and stuff publicly, he seems to be, like, the most prolific Iron Man player. My man has a terabyte in saves now, basically. It's been a while since we cleared it out. Why do you have debt? Because we've been... There is a bit of tension here. We want to clear out the investment pool as quickly as possible. The investment pool is growing. We simultaneously, we don't want to be in debt while we're an unrecognized power. Our interest rates are actually going down slightly, which is kind of the equilibrium we've tried to force ourselves into. And the idea is that the buildings that are getting constructed and sold off are getting purchased at a rate that is high enough. If we lowered our construction so that we would be running a positive balance, what would end up happening is our investment pool would just start ballooning up more and more. And so this allows us to grow our economy faster than what we would need to do in order to not have any debt, at least at the point we're at right now. It's easier than that. Export everything you can build yourself. It's an era of mercantilism. Import resources, export goods. You should build the resources until you run out of them, though. Alright, so we're at 0, but these guys are done. Do these guys choose the turmoil option? The AI almost never chooses that. No, they didn't. They're supposed to implode, no? Yeah, there we go. I was like, what's going on here, boys? So Bengal, I think, is recognized, right? Everyone else is not. Let's go for the number one first, eh? No, we should go for places that are not incorporated first. Like Antara. We don't have an interest here, though. We'll open up with going for Sind. This is their... Where is your capital is Gujarat. Is this a full annex? Because the capital's not even going to be that much infamy. Just kidding. We can't put an interest in Delhi. How silly is this? We can't put an interest in Delhi because we don't have anything in there, so we can't go for a full annex on this guy. Bengal forms the Supreme Alliance. What's your favorite country to play? I kind of like playing stuff that here and there and like having a bit of variance. So like there's not like a go-to country for me. We haven't played in a while, but maybe Prussia or something like that. I feel like I just heard from you in explaining increasing GDP while debt is if red number plus green number is positive, keep building. If it isn't, stop building. This is kind of it, but also an oversimplification. Because we have 7.2 million investment pool. We're not draining right now. Not well enough. So it's not... That's the oversimplification. The oversimplification is if green number plus green number is positive, you keep building more construction. We're actually at a point where it is positive, but I don't think we should build one more construction sector. Because I think our interest rate payments will increase if we build another construction sector. And currently, right now, they're roughly steady, slightly decreasing over time. So you don't want to, like, debt spiral. So even though one marginal construction sector would still make this... this would still be positive. I think we don't want to add that marginal construction sector until our eco expands a little bit. Or if we get recognized, then we could add like 100 construction. Because then the interest payment will be extremely low. We're gonna have pot problems in those states. You might want to conquer OPMs just for interest. Yeah, this is probably true. I agree. Then you could take the interest land. Oh. Yeah, maybe we wanted to declare... Yeah. Sequence our wars differently. Because we could go for a full annex on these guys and that would have been better. No, yeah, you're right. If we go for an OPM here, and then once we have them, then we could declare the interest inland, and then we could go after more people. Yeah, I think I agree with this. Although, to be fair, I'm not sure how easily we can enforce on people. We have to land them, and we're on not even... Actually, you know what, let's do this. Let's just finish that up faster. Because I think that's actually going to be pretty helpful for getting these wars in. Yeah. We actually did not make India implode it this time. They imploded all on their own. I forget what it's called, the Rev event for them fired, and Great Britain decided not to back them up, so... Now, I don't think we go for a full annex on Hybridad. Hybridad accepts. Cool. It's already got a cargo port. Ayo. Oh, not that. Although that incorporation's much cheaper. That really has enough pop to be that much? I guess it does. The overall roll wasn't so good for unincorporated stuff. Yeah, taking this in its entirety would have been so much better. A little bit of a miss from me. We could conquer our way in. I'm not sure we get there in time to go after the unincorporated. So the thing is, there's a huge discount on infamy for unincorporated states, and we would be paying the discounted price up in here. But there's not too many states we could actually take now that are fulfill that. Most of these are just one state miners, and the one state miners, your capital is always incorporated, so this has increased. Yeah, so we'll just wait on line infantry. Surely pausing construction right now would be good. Spending construction while paying 20% interest isn't worth it. We only have 25% going. But yeah, pausing construction would make sense. We're gonna build the 2 gold mines first, though. We were working on other stuff. So we'll pause. We'll get in these 2 gold mines. And then the gold mines will have a little bit of difficulty employing, so that's why we wouldn't finish building all the gold mines. Because the auto queue doesn't like building stuff like gold mines if you have it in the queue, so we do want to get it cleared from the queue as well. We have a bunch of government stuff in here too that we kind of wanted. Or we wanted naval bases a little bit. But we would have to do a lot more naval bases. Napoleon Rebellion, that's the one. Or Mutiny. Chile's out. Paper mill's throughput's pretty nice. I actually think paper company's somewhat reasonable. Generic paper. I have to experiment more with it. That's something I've been meaning to do. Like, that company might just generally be underrated. Especially for low pop countries like what we're playing. Alright, we'll pause after this finishes. Or we'll build a construction sector and then pause. We'll see what it looks like in the first pause. Yeah, now I can drain the investment pool slightly. Yeah, you are correct. This is a little bit better. Who's your heir, dog? Landowners, yuck. Could go homesteading real easy. I mean, that would solve us being able to get pops here and there. So does us causing unemployment. I think maybe the migration is fine-ish. Oh, shoot. I thought we were still waiting on the other tech. Probably also want to demobilize armies a little bit, but... The unincorporated infamy cost reduction is far less useful while unrecognized. Yes. It's still a lot of reduction, though, relative to... If we were well, it's not that much relative to if we were recognized. It's still a pretty hefty reduction, though. Because of how it's taxed additively. Would you say a general rule of thumb is GP should be running a deficit equal to 1/1000th their GDP? I don't think there are general rules in that way because it depends on what your PMs are and how quickly you can crank up and like if there are shortages or bottlenecks or this type of stuff. I'd say think of it more as like a keeping an eye on your thing and like having a feel for how quickly the credit line is increasing and in terms of percentage, not nominal value. And just being able to, like, float it in the same zone is kind of the skill you want to acquire. $900 we need there. Gold mines are now getting put in the auto queue. This doesn't work yet. We need a little bit more military. Do we have something with negative infra access? Not sure if we hit that. We didn't. Russia wants a defensive pact. That's kind of cool. Have they chosen stupid, dumb things? We haven't gotten to see what they'll choose. What does Great Britain chosen? This isn't the worst. I think we'd rather try and join Britain's bloc. That's tempting because we know that Russia will get claims on us, though. I think we're gonna do this into this, which will help with the discovery of this stuff. Is it better to spam mass-based consumer goods or luxury stuff for export market dominance? The PMs are just better when you're making luxury goods, so I would just use the ones with the better PMs. Like, they're considerably better when producing luxuries. Also, if you export the luxuries, specifically, and not the base stuff, this will increase your own SOL, relatively speaking, if you are choosing one or the other, and vice versa. Although if you're trying to depress your SOL, I guess. Wait, where's our... We put cavalry in here, no? Did we put a line infantry somewhere? Why is it a line infantry? We don't want to give Russia a ton of influence beyond the trade agreement. We could try and fight the Ottomans in the micro with what we have. Why is this increasing? More and more after holding steady at 5. What the hell is this? Dude, I hate the UI so much, man. What is that nonsense? It's like, it's the levels that it like wanted to recruit when China had it or something, and then we delete down all those guys who are specifically irregulars, and then it just deletes all of our line infantry guys. And we need to recruit up in there. So here, we delete. No, that just deletes and then puts a plus in here. So it's just deleting the wrong guys. We're just gonna delete all that. We're gonna shift over 5 line infantry into the North China Army. Russia will accept its lines to use it to attack Ottomans for recognition. They might accept, they might help target Ottomans anyways. But that does make sense. Alliance will give you 50 relations with Russia and help with the Ottomans. Yeah. Ottomans wondering why a Chinese breakaway state is attacking with less troops and winning. Basically. Ottomans is just like, they're super easy, like, they're super easy to abuse solo bolo even, but yeah. It looks like Russia doesn't even feel it anymore though. Oh, we could swap the government around. This is... It's actually because our military size decreased because the UI is insipid. Wait, where did our cavalry go? We actually finished a bunch of barracks and we're recruiting up cavalry, and that just got deleted too? Come on, man. This is something that happens when you conquer territory specifically, and it has more barracks, and then the barracks get cut down because when you conquer stuff, it cuts down the amount of barracks they have. I think we're gonna finish out these government admins too, and then start incorporating Fujian. Did we really recruit them into the wrong thing? I mean, we're just gonna merge this army with the other army then. Top 10 victory UIs, basically. Do conscripts for Russia? Yeah. No, I mean, we could just change our government for Russia. We don't even need conscripts, but also the 5 units we're recruiting probably puts them over the edge in terms of having enough military strength, so it probably works either way. It only merged the 2 though, not the guys who are recruiting up. Those barracks just disappear. Dogs. Nope, the barracks are still in here. Unless they already have the max bonus. We're way more legitimate this way anyways. I think long term we don't really want the alliance, but I think this is probably fine. Like, liberate Iraq. It's gonna make Great Britain dislike us more. Oh, we should have given them a war goal. I'm stupid. I'm gonna actually reload. Because we need to enforce war goals on them. So calling allies is not as good as just giving them a war goal. I think they had some eligible war goals. Best easiest nation to reach 1 billion GDP? Easiest would be GB. I don't know if GB might be fastest as well. Depending on how much exploits you want to use. But like the most straightforward would be GB. Like if you're trying to do it for the first time, oh, they don't even want any war goals. God damn it. Alright, so call ally. Is it 4 that we have to enforce? No, it's more than that because these guys aren't a GP. We might transfer to... Oh, we can't transfer to... or Tripolitania. It's like someone already did a number on them. And they should just handle that for us. Are our cavalry units just ghost units? Ghosts in the machine? Yes. If these are... Why do they have skirmish? No, why do you have skirmish? It looks like we can land anyways. Skirmish, please. No, make it stop. They don't have ammo for the skirmish, so they'll get morale locked eventually, but... We might need to do some landing stuff on the Ottomans in order to enforce on them. We'll see. This half-president Russia owns is always so dead I pity them. For sure it only counts your war goals. Yeah, that's probably right. I'm not 100% though, but yeah, that makes sense. Because thinking about it, like, if you call in Great Britain and Great Britain has a bunch of war goals, or you join with Great Britain and you're a subject of theirs and they put in a bunch after you, like, invite them in, I'm pretty sure I haven't seen it go up. China fastest low infamy, but I think high infamy fastest to 1 billion. Yeah, but I feel like someone, if someone's asking that question, they would, like, a more straightforward answer is, like, GB. In terms of year date, China's probably it. Like, in a theoretical sense. It depends on, like, what exactly you want to do, though. Because, like, if you're not playing as China, you can take states off of China. But if you're playing, like, just, like, straightforward, yeah. Even low infamy taking states off of China is really good. I don't know about fastest on high infamy. I have to imagine it's GB on high infamy, but GB is definitely like the smoothest, like in either way. So he's asking what's the best country to do it for the first time, right? Not like what's the best country to speedrun it, which is like two different questions. And I think, like, the best to do it for the first time is probably GB. If you know how to do Super Germany, it might be Prussia. That might feel pretty good. France. Any GP but Ottomans could easily get to 1 billion. Yeah. I think just anyone can get to 1 billion relatively straightforwardly. Like, categorically. We need to recruit up more. I think that the fact that we merged the guys actually just bricked our cavalry that we were building. Which is frustrating. Now they're God knows where. Those cavalry are now like ghosts that were previously built there. God, it's just actually so buggy. These are still recruiting up in Fujian. Trying to think if we want to wait or not. We're not going to get recognition here, though, just off of this, I don't think. I forget the number, but we do not have I don't think we have enough war goals. We only have 4. I believe you need 4 on a GP. And it's less, you get less if it's a major. Oh, we also forgot to turn on the PM for the cows. I think we missed the cow PM. We missed that as well. Oops. Yeah, okay, it looks like Russia's got that handled though. You have infamy, deck on OPM near Sind for land battle. I'm not sure I want to pay the infamy price for one of these. Macron is relative. Macron's not the full population, it's just a quarter. Russia wants to join, but Russia can't join while we're on the same side of a play, but I feel like Ottomans get it forced on before the escalation finishes there. We're gonna get in on that guy eventually. We don't need to... Looks like Russia wants to join there too. Yuck. We could save and then risk it to get the biscuit. I'm thinking that our war with the Ottomans ends and Russia can join, and then they join against us, so we don't like that. Not one bit. No, no, no. It's 4 points per maneuver spent for recognition, so you had 60 maneuvers of eligible war goals, and we'll get 200 recognition points. Is it the same juice on major powers as it is on GPs, though? Well, then we actually don't want to declare a play until we finish them off here. What's the best product to go for first? Cars or electronics? Probably cars. The PM's like okay now. I don't know if going for either one of them makes too much sense. Alright, so we're gonna get... We know that some of them are skirmish, and the skirmish can't recover the morale, so maybe we can land into this. Because I don't think those guys have ammo. They might have ammo. They have access to the coast. They're probably just importing it. We'll see what the second battle looks like, though. No, Russia stopped advancing on the important front. Not like this. Yeah. Their morale... Or, didn't even start that low. Interesting. Looks like we finished enough government administrations. We can pause construction again to incorporate this. Maybe not yet. Oh, we don't want to run negative 300. Just a little bit further. What's our relationship with GB? We can join on their side of a play. I think we do join them to reset attitudes. Because we're kind of interested in joining their block. And then we probably can get a trade agreement as soon as this comes up to plus 50. Ottoman's getting enforced on now. Are we real? How far off are we? Alright, well, let's take a look at their market. I think we're already exporting wood to them. We're not. Are we importing this from them? No. We are already. Kind of would rather keep the price of that down. But we don't have a super bad trade route. There's our trade agreement. So you're saying this gives... Ah, so it does give recognition. I thought it gave less for major powers. This works then. Positive diplomatic catalyst is triggered with Russia. Cool. So now we can turn this back on. And the interest payments fall off a cliff, and we're super okay. You don't want to lose our Democrat agitator, or that guy who's reasonable. And then actually, in theory, we're supposed to go for our protectorates, huh? Rather than some of this. And then we can actually add construction. Super cute. Ottoman's just going for it. I think we just keep our war reps rather than interfere here. These guys recognize. They are insignificant, though. Ecuador and Uruguay, we're not too concerned about. Let's do it. Russia as ally before the end of the Turk War. We need that. We need the Turk War to end before. What do you guys want off of them? War goals. We'd be super okay with them just backing down, but with Russia siding on our side, I think we'll make the reparations primary. We're finally getting in there. Not sure we went for war reparations in that war even. Liberating or transferring subjects doesn't count towards recognition because technically it targets the subject. Oh, maybe that's the problem we've had. But we have liberated Iraq in there. Alright, yeah, we should be getting an enforcement on these guys. Hopefully Russia just handles this for us and we don't have to do anything. We could make a power block right now. We could try and get into Great Britain's. Great Britain would accept if we had the leverage. Situation required. That might be just too hard for us to achieve, though. Without some very creative maneuvering. I think we can actually use some mobilization options that are reasonable on these guys. Like chocolate. Up a little bit. People are still addicted to opium. Our Han people are. Help the Ottomans for Sinai? Or get their help for Sinai? Oh, maybe. I don't think we're going to build the canal. It's a little hard to keep employed. Or prosperous or whatever. Slightly better cavalry units should help out. And the enforcement on this guy is through. I hate landing here so much because your front always spaghetti is really hard. Kinda happy to pursue that. Means GB won't thumb our pie. No one's gonna declare GB, so... And we get to satisfy our lobby. I think we're fine with that. I guess our one problem would be... It's taking up authority or whatever. Liberate country counts, just not liberate subject, transfer subject, or anything else related to the subject, such as ban slavery in Wallachia as the Borgel. Got it. Very much used to just, like, throwing it all in on Russia and getting it. I think we're gonna force these wars and then probably call it. What had happened there? You see the diploplay pop up and then disappear? I didn't think you could give in that quickly. I don't know what that was about. Maybe a bug. You can go for New Africa. It's a run of rare stuff. They do be having a lot of this stuff. We have rice farms and stuff there. It is recognized. I didn't even realize. Wouldn't mind a thing in Dixie as well. Giving us an adjacency with USA. USA is really hard to get an adjacency with in a way that like feels good or profitable. Like, we definitely land. The thing is, it's gonna cause some spagoot. I think we might enforce on them fast enough, though. This is the capital, if I recall correctly. Buenos Aires. So we could just, like, not advance here. And avoid the spaghetti. I don't think we can just get in with a 10 stack here, but we could try it. Actually, very confident we can't get into line infantry. No freaking way. Do we just high roll this? Oh, these guys are a GP, just kidding. No, they're a major. For a half second I thought we'd have an opportunity to subjugate Bengal, but we don't. Is there anything good we could get off of Bengal here? Are we winning, son? We're doing alright. We're doing alright. USI on its way to tank their GP rank by simply piecing out with the CSA. Rip the dream. $22 is still kind of a big nut. Are they coming to help us? Yeah, I'm like pretty sure this doesn't work, but I think the other prospect is us just adding a bunch more convoy or navy. Yeah, this doesn't work. We need like 10 more navy then. Trib Wargol got bricked by recognition. Oh, you're right. I just saw we were enforcing everything. It did. No, yeah, that's how it's always worked. Wargol bricking is so obnoxious, man. Oh, what are you gonna do? Cry, I guess. Because the other way for us to get in on Peru, Bolivia would have been to force them into the war. Yikes. Wait, I'm surprised we have an interest for this. Wait, why do we have an interest in that? Wait, what? Why can we join this? It's a Diplo play in England. We don't have an interest there. Oh, we have a defensive pact with them. I'm stupid. I love it. We can get Rift Valley off of them. Because Kenya. Because it's isolated. We still don't have colonization ourselves. We haven't been passing our laws ourselves. As much as we should have been. Rip. Maybe second Bengal is a minor. I don't think we could. We couldn't side with them for. Oh, we could have. If they're a minor, we might reload. No, they're not. The thing is, though, we can't declare war on them. The idea was we would declare war on it, but. Vanilla Vic, hey Najee. How's it going? Rift Valley, that's rich, get it? Rift Valley? Rich Valley? I mean, we should go for something, but I think we're just supposed to go for an obligation. I think it's worth more than Rift Valley. They were minor, I swear. That's not usually what we... That's not usually the script. Officer, she was a minor, I swear. Oh my god, these things aren't subsidized. I hate this change so much that these don't automatically subsidize. I think it's such a bad change. Womp womp. We're just gonna land and then hold, I think. Actually, we could land and push the pause, maybe. Trying to resolve our wars. What are your PC specs? Oh, I can't remember them all. We have a relatively low, old graphics card, but it's like, it was really good, like, over a decade ago. And then AMD Ryzen 5600 on the processor, which is kind of the relevant one here. And then we have like 16 gigs of RAM, or something like this. But they were, you might want to check the autosave. I think they'd be unlikely to sway for... Because they were advantaged, I think they'd be unlikely to sway for subject. It would be so good, though. We could check the autosave. We could check the autosave. I mean, Bengal's such a big one for us, though. They would also be a major power and generate so much stuff. I just doubt they'd... I doubt they'd sway our way. The railway change is so bad. Yeah. I, like, literally every time it comes up, I, like, get frustrated. I don't know who asked for that change, too. Not like this. Not like this. We're a day late and $1 short. Or Dimitro's lying to us and they were never a minor power. Yeah. Oh my god, why doesn't it escape when I go through? There we go. Hey General, I recently saw your 1.7 UK World Conquest series and I would like to try and emulate. Do you think it's still possible 1.8x after bankroll nerf and no more yo-yo sway? I mean, you could definitely World Conquest on GB, but it's theoretically much easy. It's theoretically possible to do much better than what we did as well, because we weren't like trying to do that from the outset. We were just trying to play kind of normal. If you're willing to go high infamy like considerably earlier than us, you could definitely world conquest and finish it before we did. I just hate going a high infamy, but it's like theoretically correct. So like, what are you gonna do? Ooh, we could go for Tanganyika now though. Hey yo, let's go, baby. Taking Rift Valley is honestly not that bad, considering we have a defense pact with GB and would be able to sway them in. Except it's actually bad. Let's go, grab an obligation. Why don't you have 1/2 year autosave? I've never changed the setting, I don't know. I feel like 1/2 year might just get frustrating sometimes too. Oh my god. We have to do the thing again. Where we subsidize the thing. Rip the dream dogs. Unfortunately, I think we're gonna get pushed out here on our first landing if we don't do anything different. Or we'll just have to micro our brains out. The thing is we could beat Peru, but then we'll have a front with Peru, Bolivia. I've never seen that flag. Who are we playing as? We're playing as Manchuria. Let's actually start pushing US. Let's get the journal entry. So we have enough construction-ish. Oh, my gumdrop buttons. Definitely need a state that has sulfur. At some point. Maybe mech tools even. Kind of far off pharmaceuticals. Wait, GB is losing. That will make our obligation very useless. Feels bad when you're importing sulfur. Casual never changes the settings. True. But yeah, 6 months is the optimal one autosave. The real Ching. The original, you might say. Truly. Is it bad? The only reason I found out about that was EU4. What, that Manchu took over China? I think it's probably okay. Yikes, dog, when we're on that. Decaying in power rank, no. I think that's because we're running negative. Oh, we're not running negative that. Weird. Wait, how did they come through here? Oh, because we're allied with Russia? Super cute. don't think that works. Jesus. We might be able to re-land this behind. I believe we land over there off to the right. And they might not have anyone defending the strategic region. Feels bad when you feel like you have to help out the UK, huh? Nothing happens after Hoi. True. I forget where Wales is. Landing thing is. It might be over to the left here. So we might be able to try and swing it. It is. So if they have no one defending the strategic region. How hard do we want to sweat for Great Britain? They'd not sweat for us. They actually, except for they got our run started. Midlands is to the right. Hey, we get in instantly. Hey, they stopped getting enforced on. That was their capital. Woo! What's it like to be this handsome? Probably what it's like to chew a 5-gum. I imagine they're exactly the same, which is actually really underwhelming. Alright. I mean, we just can't land this. We also have to keep an eye on any naval landing coming in on us, because we can't defend anything. There's it. There we go. Another one. Another one. We're gonna need another port. Wait, what? I feel like I haven't seen this event chain. Yeah, we'll diminish the rural folks' power. $15 legitimacy for a while? Hell yeah, brother. What's our tax rate? We probably can't increase that. I don't think we're high enough above minimum as expected. I mean, maybe we are? I don't think we are. Oh, he's getting us caught. Yeah, Spain doesn't have a Orgal, I don't think. How do you get so many radicals? We took a bunch of states off China and India. He refuses to import opium and they're addicted. Fine, we'll import opium. Fine. Yeah, we have a lot of stuff in the queue we're trying to get through. can't be a white piece, right? That would be terrible if it could. No. They just get enforced out, and then we demobilize our massive conscript army. I'm uncertain that this landing is really unnecessary at this point. Feels a little gratuitous. It might be pulling enough guys off the front, though, to make this, like, more manageable. So we'll just keep on keeping on. More fun is playing Communist Lithuania and form BSR than doing achievements. I found it really interesting that no one was interested in achievements. Oh, we were still at war with... Wait, what happened? Did we get landed? Was I just not... Was I super not paying attention? Oh my god. What happened there? We didn't get landed, did we? Did we just not have a war goal? Did they never ask for war reps on us? I'm actually confused. We'll accept the fact that we lost that war. I like actually wasn't paying attention. We maybe gotta wrap things up. I gotta take a nap. Why do the achievements when you can watch Tommy K do it, basically? Why did we get auto-enforced on here? Alright, I didn't see a landing coming in. Oh, Russia enforced on wrong Peru. The presence of South Peru and Peru Bolivia is very confusing. Okay, this all makes sense. Got it. I was super confused. I was like, why did we lose that war? I don't even remember seeing negative anything. Yeah. Can we rival anyone else? Brazil. The USA. I think we're gonna make our power block here. I don't think we're getting into UK's. We're gonna actually start generating mandate here. GB also owes us obligation. Why is this a 49 stack now? Why do we have 29? Oh, this is the funniest bug ever. I forgot about this one, baby. Yeah! Thank you for... We're more than happy to help you, dear British and Scots. Thank you for the free troops, which we don't have to pay for and are mobilized and inside your army. Much appreciated. Much obliged. But more than the army, thank you for the boats. Dog, this is going to make things way easier. You know, we were very helpful. We'll put it red because of Britain. Welcome to the Friendship Army. Braz Effect, hello. How are you? Talk with you. Hello, bro. Hello, Will. Oh my god. It's time. Please don't spam the chat. I will time you out if you spam the chat. It's like a super time. I will talk with chat, but if you don't spam the chat. I've been surprised at how few views videos that about achievements typically get compared to other videos. Yeah, people don't care about it. I was surprised too. I was surprised well, like, when we first did the poll, and, like, people just didn't care about achievements, I was like, wow. Achievements seem like more of an EU4 thing. I feel like in EU4 they'd pop off. The freedom time. What exactly is the bug? If you have troops stationed in someone that is having a revolution, and you're on the same side as them, when the war finishes and the troops go back to their side, instead of going back to their armies, they go back to your armies instead. So we inherited all the skirmish infantry from the English. So, I need to find a consistent way of doing the army stealing thing. If you join every revolution and park troops in HQs. I think it happens fairly frequently. I mean, I think abusing it is like abusing it intentionally is like so silly, but I think you could probably get it to happen pretty consistently if you just join every single rev, Connor. Oh, you explained it very nice, yeah. It's a very funny bug. It's the friendship army. I think if you wanted to do more on it, we did it. Who did we do it with? I think Finland. We had a French-Finnish friendship alliance. Somehow we're not landing though. That doesn't make sense. But we don't have to pay for those guys at all. Alright. I think they won't always be mobilized, though. Or actually, I think we control the mobilization since it's tagged onto our units instead of just being entirely separate. I think if you separate it, they won't mobilize unless they mobilize over here. There's like some weird thing about mobilization, too, on top of that, but... You still have to pay wages? Nope. They're free. Friendship doesn't cost anything. Real friends help for free. We don't need to land this, though. If you look... Our military wages and this type of stuff is, like, virtually nothing. We're not paying for it. I mean, we're paying for the portion of this army that is, like, ours, which is, like, the high-on infantry right here. "29 years, not like this." We'll get a lot better with Peru. I think that we want to go for these guys as well. Do we not have a Diplo? We probably don't have a Diplo interest in there anymore. Ooh, we have a lot of Diplo interest potential. It's probably better. It is romantic. What are we doing for laws right now? Nothing? It's probably a mistake. Let's do this instead. Probably should have emphasized getting onto a better tax system earlier. What does GB want? We could use obligation. We just call ally on everything, right? Definitely launch play on Dynam. I think we want to go after Burma relatively early as well. Navies, we don't need this shit. We have our friendship navy. Sorry guys, my bad. What are we doing here? As they mobilize and demobilize, it does get diluted out, but I think the boats never do, so we just have a bunch of British boats for free for forever. The troops will start to fall off, though. Someone revs in 3v3v3, everyone joins them to try and steal their units. That is funny. I think, not in 3v3v3 specifically, but just in the game, like in the abstract, it should be, you should be able to refuse, assistance. You know what I mean? But you can't. You should be able to be like, nah, you can't help me out. 3v3v3, I'd have to have a think about that. Probably you shouldn't be able to, but that's... You know what's funny though is the... Most players probably wouldn't realize why you're helping them. And so they'd be like, oh, thanks. Right? And then you steal all their units. I think they would have to delete them and rebuild them. Actually, I think that they would just not notice. This is the way. With this army, we could actually probably fight Qing. Maybe not. Oh, it even counts it in our thing. Skirmish infantry and everything. Braze, if he doesn't want to give you his IG, stop asking for it. This guy's harassing chat a little bit. But also, there might be like a language barrier here. I think we do want to take this. But we need to no, we need more mandate. That's what we need. Brazil sides against us here. Who sides against us? Probably Brazil, maybe Peru, Bolivia. Alright. It doesn't really matter because we have with the British troops we can do anything. With the power of friendship and a free army, we can do anything. Fight Qing trust. The fact that we don't have skirmish and it's just like maybe if we had skirmish, but we have line, so none of our conscripts actually get the good PMs. It's just the skirmish infantry here. Brazil. We'll also do the classic liberate Amazonia, the bee's knees. We'll liberate this too. Oh, we should have gone for war reps before they joined. What is Prussia doing there? How'd that get in there? Alright. Fine. I don't think they can delete them since you can't delete barracks from anywhere but the army screen and it isn't your army. I think you might be right. The ultimate multiplayer strat. You know what's funny is the Paradoxical Gaming Discord, you can actually use that cheese per their rule set. If I recall correctly, you're not allowed to join against someone in a revolution, but I think you could join with them. You just join with them and park your guys inside their HQ or whatever. Is it wrong to say touch grass in this circumstance? I mean... It's a little bit rude. Depends what you mean by wrong. It's not ban-worthy, but I'd rather you guys be nice to each other and civil. Especially if... Well, so here's the thing, is like... You guys have to make the judgment whether you think Braz is operating in good faith. If he's operating in good faith, telling him to touch grass is just like mean and rude and you shouldn't do it, right? But then maybe you think he's like trolling. And if he's trolling, then like, I guess it makes sense. And maybe you're more okay being rude. Or like, if you're flipping the coin, because you're pretty uncertain as to which one's which. Maybe you're more okay with one than the other. I think that we're actually going to check if Braz has chatted in our thing, though, because I kind of do think he just entered in and started chatting extremely quickly. So... Looks like a real account. I think Braz is probably legit. I don't know. Sophisticated troll if he's a troll. A little bit. Our metric has been if someone has a really young account and they haven't been active at our channel at all, be a little sussed out, but... Alright, Brazil has no wargles on us. So we want to enforce on Brazil first. And we'll send the friendship army. Clearly troll. I don't know, well... I would rather make the mistake of... So you can make two errors, right? You could either... someone is a troll, and you fail to identify them as a troll, or they're not a troll, and you identify them as a troll. Both of these are errors, right? I think one error is worse than the other. But... As the graph's given consent, this is true. But given that we're, like, talking about it, and he's not changing his chatting behavior, you might be right. Can I be your friend? Depends what you mean by friend. I'm generally, like, kind of a solitary person. Ugh, are we losing to some natives there? Let's send a few. If you play Victoria 3, you can join the Discord and talk about it in there. That is correct. Did you do a run with Wallachia? Couldn't find one on the channel? One of our oldest runs is with Wallachia, so that would just be super mega outdated, but we did do one with Wallachia there. But also, we did like 2 episodes with the Dracula. It'll be like more labeled under Dracula, but we did do it with Dracula. Who has the thing? Can we get there in time? I'm thinking we can. Please, 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 faster, 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 faster. Yes! We did it, chat. Mission accomplished. How are we failing to land? Is it not counting the combat strength of the friendship army? You know what? I think I think we don't get any power from them for landing strength. Only when we're pushing. Or actually, or we only get power from them when the UK is also mobilized. Because they're not suffering any casualties here. We know that they'll fight, but they're full... Huh. We're also definitely getting to make use of all this, but... The lack of casualties means they weren't fighting in the landing. Maybe the bug is operating different than the ones we've experienced it. Can't find the one. Could you did you find the run? Did you? Oh wait, no wait. We already answered that. Yeah, that was a bit close there. New patch when GG? I don't know. I'm thinking it's gonna be a while. I fear. The reason I think it's going to be a while is because it seems like they're gathering feedback. So I think it's either going to be a while or it's going to be very soon. They said that they would update us in early spring, which means we'll learn about it next week at the earliest, or the week after next would be my guess. We could try landing again, but I'm pretty sure we can't use bring all of our guys to bear here. I'm not sure what the adjustment is here. Because if we can't use the friendship army to land, maybe we just can't enforce on Brazil. But maybe that's not the end of the world. We won't release Amazonia and the other guy. I think we can enforce on the other guy. Yeah, Russia's out. Yeah, this is just not using... It's not using the other army, so... We still get to land using the full navy, though. This navy's really nice, so... We'll just land up there. And... I suppose we will add artillery. We're already adding artillery. Now, are those guys subsidized? Yes. Generally, they do a poor job of defending this. And then after I think we get in, then I think the friendship army gets to full push. We'll see, though. Maybe the bug is now just like a visual one. We've definitely seen them fight on our side before. But we'll see if they suffer any casualties. Or, this is... Actually, I think this is the way the bug is. If the UK is not mobilizing the armies that we stole from it, then we won't get the armies ourselves. I think that's the way this works. Sure, smell you later. Legitimacy hits us into a new bracket here. These guys might be powerful enough now to get something done. No, not quite. Hear me out, it doesn't matter what army they face, the friendship army is winning every time, using the power of robbing Great Britain and friendship, of course. Most importantly, friendship. Oh, Prussia's still in this? No, these guys aren't gonna... it's not actually using the army. I wish we could pull them off the front. Yeah, okay. We gotta wait for Prussia to be capitulate out. France. Maybe we could acquire even more friendship. You guys, should we go for more friendship? Surely the power of friendship will heal us. I think that you have to side with the main power. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know if Connor's still in here, but every time I've seen this bug, we have not sided with the revolution. The sample size is pretty small, though. It still might work with the revolution. But just mentioning this. I'd love to play as Colombia or Persia, but I'm always struggle with early game industry. Any tips? So far, the only strat I have is just build nothing without construction sector for 20 years. No, you definitely want to build at least one construction sector. So if you don't build a single construction sector, your investment pool doesn't get unlocked, and you don't get access to the mechanic at all. So you even if you're building the construction sector, draining your investment pool, and then deleting the construction sector, you absolutely want to build one singular construction sector at the very least. I always go bankrupt in a year. Usually, as far as budget goes, you want to, if you can stay above minimum expected, you want to raise taxes. If you can't, you don't, and then you want to be low on government wages in terms of managing some of that stuff. But yeah, you 100% absolutely positively need to build the first construction sector, even if you might wait a little bit at the start. But yeah, my first 24 games game time was the same. At the moment, I have 9:15 and got inspired from making RP vids. Thanks to GG. You're very welcome. Will logging and opium get some money flowing? Logging is better, but opium is probably the one agricultural good that you can be peasant with that's reasonable enough. The power of friendship. We need more friendship. All right, we're gonna try and join. I'm not sure. We're gonna try and join France here then. Because I think France is going to give us more friendship, and we'll send the friendship army to France. We won't necessarily have them do anything, we'll just park them in France. We'll park the Manchu army in here, too. Behold the power of friendship, it compels you. Being anti-revolutionary to build your army, basically. We just fight with them as friends, and then they join us as friends. This is working as designed. Playing Manchuria, we are. Connor has access to the forbidden knowledge of Vicky 3. Connor definitely is very knowledgeable on the exploit side. Especially. This is revolution's gonna be done instantly. It also resets our French relations. Easy peasy. We have poor relations from what? Jesus. Oh, what's this? Why are we getting enforced on? We didn't pay attention. This is why we're getting enforced on. Alright. We might have to teleport the friendship army. I don't know what happens if the friendship army teleports. If teleporting the friendship army bricks it... Actually, let's see what it does. It looks like it doesn't brick it. Yeah, we just get a 67 stack. Alright, friendship. This might not be enough. It takes us too long to get there. Unless... Luckily, you don't have to pay attention to Victoria 3 because you could teleport everything. Disbanding the friendship navy? No. Not the friendship navy. We let our friends down, chat. Why can't we land with these guys? Someone exiled? Oh, they're in a battle still. Alright, fair. So we don't get any more friends there. Or do we? No, we didn't. Tragically, we had to try and deal with avoiding war reparations, which I don't even think we... don't even think we do. Not like this. Not like this, chat. Pain. Iraq formed naturally? No, we released it. Makes me feel good that even GG doesn't realize he's getting navally invaded. You know what's going on is for the longest time we had that 13 stack parked at home just so we wouldn't have to worry about it, and then we salivated at the power of friendship and moved it over to Occitania and then promptly got landed. Is exactly how that happened. I think we deserve that one. We're not going to reload for that shit. We deserve every second of that. Shout out to our power block only having 4 members and we're 30 years into the game. This is the, like, worst, like... this is so scuffed. I mean, we have a big chunk of Ching, so, like, that's something, but... This is pod racing. This is not optimal play. So bad. It's like such a big mistake. It's also stupid how like the enforce below 0 mechanic works. Like, cause if the it's like you're literally about to liberate everything, and then you're like, wait, no, they've occupied us for too long. We'll make this just a defensive army that we keep at home always. That's actually the way, in terms of practice, that's how you do it, is you just have defensive armies, and it's a little bit of extra, like, juice, but it's not that big a deal. We dipped in relations, and we get a fat lobby anti-France. It's not good. Very likely that Brazil joins against us here. The war reparations are also just going to be super painful for forever. Brazil sides, alright. War goals, what do you want? Ban slavery in Brazil? Sure. One thing I also hate about maneuvers, this is something I forgot to give back feedback for Diplo plays, but it's also super frustrating how you can spend all your maneuvers, and then someone else joins the play afterwards, and then you're like, Friendship never dies? There's 2 things that never die. Friendship and Cobra Kai. Yeah. No friendship and war rips, sad. Will you unify China's Manchuria? This is the plan. Friendship corrupted you for real? With great friendship comes great responsibility. The power of friendship does corrupt. This is true. Let's rename this again. Friendship Army. We're playing fast and loose today, chat. There we go. Just a little bit more, eh? 5 years. That's fantastic. Alright, who's holding us back in the cohesion? Venezuela and Peru, Bolivia, and Liberty Desire. So let's start improving relations with both of these guys. Except we don't have enough juice. Oh, we're rivaling them, that's why. Saxony we can rival too? Oh my god. How scuffed is this? Do something like that. I wish that you remove war goals. Same, but it's because the enforce below zero mechanic is so stupid. I wish you could add war goals. Like, the Diplo play is actually just the most ass-backward frustrating thing in the game right now. Well, at least to me, I guess. I suppose there's, like, probably some things that we just learned to play around, and we, like, don't even think about anymore that might be frustrating to a new player. I don't really know. We could get some education up in this bizzle. Right? With the scholars. Oh, I forgot the scholars. The Confucian scholars don't care about anything. Or not the Confucian scholars. Although these guys don't care about getting education. Who likes the public schools? We could do this, lower the tax bracket. Just kidding, it's not enough. Pretty annoying parties. Yeah, and the Confucian scholars don't want to pass anything. Actual Jover. Let's do something like this. Also, the Diplo play is broken and you can join after 80 escalation if you were recently swayed. That's interesting. I didn't know that. I mean, like, that's less the broken I'm talking about, but yeah, that does sound broken as well. I think we can probably tax services now. It's really not a lot for us, but it's something, I guess. More revenue to head towards our war reps, though. Our war reps overlord, not like this. Maybe we actually just want to run lower tax bracket for a hot minute, because we're paying war reps and everything hurts. Fast and Furious, it's family. It's all coming together. How would you fix Diplo plays? I think you could, like, there's so many things wrong. It might be, like, they just need to massively overhaul it. We've talked a little bit of... I have a bunch of, like, notes on it. I forgot to include the you can't change, add or remove war reps or war goals. It's, like, kind of an annoying one. Per capita not worth waiting. We're waiting to prop tax. I think that's what we're researching. That's the next thing we try and pass is prop tax here. We had like 3 subjugations get bricked. Here our truce just finishes, which was what we were watching for. We'll go after Argentina. Trying to get on that mandate generation life. I think we'll just keep calling in Russia. Maybe it's unnecessary. Oh, Great Britain can't join against us. I was about to say, but maybe this will make Great Britain join against us. But no, they won't. No. Wrong way. Honestly, I wish you could have sliders on tax laws. Yeah, I wish you had more granularity on that. And then it scaled, like, with the thing. God, we've been, like, floating. Can we actually not employ up here? We have railways that just can't employ up, because I think we've built railways. Is this the problem? You have negative throughput because you don't have market access, or do we just not have this in the market? We just don't have this in the market. I don't think it's a massive amount of negative throughput, though, from the shortage. How do we check this again, though? Current penalty is 6. Yeah, it's not too bad. The auto queue is building dyes here. This thing's employed up, right? I feel like we've added several of these. Maybe we just need more. I don't know. Can we reform the government at all? Well, the Conservative Party having the PB is probably good for us overall. So we could use the PB and these guys to pass some things that are good for us. The PB, namely, will support prop tax. I guess we could have tried to get on National Army. Subjugating Persia earlier is always kind of good. Because they end up grabbing a whole bunch of stuff. It's like free infamy. And you know who will help us? Russia. Yeah. I love how they're actually also afraid of the Friendship Army. This affects whether or not people want to back down, because we actually have like no army of our own. We'll just call ally them. And I go for war reparations and ban slavery. And their subjects. We'll just go for as much as possible here. And hope that no one else sides in, and then we feel dumb because we spent all of our maneuvers. Yeah, it do be like that. Finish the achievement with Finland. Nice. Just are you aware that there's a rare event for countries importing guns that you can lower your infamy by 5, and it's common enough that around 40 countries importing from you, you can get it yearly? Do they have to be importing from you, or can you be exporting to them? I saw someone like posting something about this. It might have been you. Does that make it so we actually just want to export guns super heavily? That would. Does exporting work? Or do we have to collapse prices by subsidizing and super expanding? I guess we could try exporting. I feel bad for Persia. They could so easily be made into a protectorate. Yeah, they're one of the softest spots in the game. It's like so rough, and then they expand, and you know they're gonna expand. But like, dog, that kind of sucks for them, huh? Wait, it's your lack of access related to the other things. We will start on that, though. Incorporation. I think Beijing's now incorporated. Forbidden City's so good. They have to import from you. So you just have to subsidize and just super overbuild them. That's pretty cute. It's probably theoretically correct to do in every game. 5 infamy is a lot. Kinda hate it, but... So it's only really viable on big countries that can afford the price of crashing gun prices, yeah. I mean, we're pretty big at this point. Wait, what happened? They were our color and then they changed color? What? Were they not the same color as us and then they changed? I mean, they shouldn't have been the same color as us because they were just a protectorate, but... There's our prop tax, baby. One time I spent 150k in subsidies to get your steel industry going. That is not a good idea. Three v3 except the only playable countries are minors. Yeah, the who gets their pie thumbed edition of 3v3v3. Trade market color? Okay, that makes sense. Market lens. Yep. That makes a ton of sense. Here's Persia losing versus Kabul, though. Sag. We expected them to win, that's why we declared the war. Feels bad, man. To plot a coup? No. Who is this man? He left our shores before us. Yeah, I think we can be without a royalist guy. I think we're okay with that. Looks like their war resolved. I'm not sure how they resolved it, though. We would love to improve relations with them. Let's stop improving with them. Oh, looks like we have a Diplo problem. Then we will stay on what we're doing. We'll send the power of friendship out. Let's... Anything that's under 20, we'll look to push it up a little. I don't think we need the prestige to stay in the higher bracket. Give all the GPs heirs so they become colonizable. Game has no inflation, so I expect to come up and state the best consumer economy tax policy is consumption taxes rather than anything else other than consumption taxes. You specifically want to tax from like the upper strata and then economically feed the upper strata as much money as possible and extract in that way. How many achievements you got? I don't even know, like 60% of them or something. We can take a quick look. 56 out of 97, so that was close. There's a mod that has physical currency and inflation, but it's complicated and no one plays it. That mod also has some like weird abstractions when we last tried it out. The like infinite like throughput or stuff. More kids will be exposed to spreadsheets. Shh. I think that we want to add construction. We can't though. We're kind of in chill mode. Man, we really just failed like 2 subjugations in South America. Terrible. Terrible. Alright. What are we doing with this? RIP. Generalist learns to check his PMs 30 years into the game. To be fair, we don't have much explosives because we don't have sulfur anywhere. Always feels bad if you don't have like one of the thing, because the building it overseas is like really not very satisfying or effective. We'll end up building it in like Chile. The auto queue will build a bunch in Chile, but it'll kind of not exactly what we would have wanted. Almost on prop tax. There are also 2 Afghanistan achievements, one of which is random because you have a 2% chance for the dude to spawn. I have 78 out of 97. Yeah, I feel fairly confident that I would be able to get any of the achievements if I really wanted to. So, and people will think whatever they want about the quality of my play, probably primarily based on my videos, independent of like whatever achievements I have. So going for achievements just like really kind of feels silly. Hell yeah, brother, Persia's doing work. Oh, did we pass colonization law and we never started colonizing? No, we just never passed the law. What happened to that? We thought about passing it and then we didn't. Man, this actually has been a relatively loose start. This is my favorite event ever. I hope they never take the fun out of that event. We'll all die sooner or later. Considering I think we're about to wrap out, we are going to use our one time. So, you see how this says 56% chance, right? Success, 56% chance. When you say one time and you're streaming, because you're so handsome, this actually becomes a 100% chance. So it's impossible for this to fail unless you're not handsome, which of course we are. So there we go. Yeah. That's how that works. The prop tax, I don't even know. Oh, wow. Prop tax is making us so much more money. This is with us still paying the reparations, I think. Yeah, we're still paying more reparations, not like this. Gladly. Ooh, Japan does the restoration. Good old Kome. Ahead of schedule is the AI. Fantastic. Actually, I'm unsure how worth it is for us to actually be trying to push this at this point. How bad is this? I'm scared. We're gonna take it off subsidies. They have to import from us. Feels bad. Going for Baroda. Excuse me. I kind of like liberate Xi'an as a war goal here. Great Britain, that's not allowed. What are you doing, Great Britain? You have an obligation with us. That's against the rules. What are you doing, Step Britain? That's not allowed. I was literally about to make a comment that Great Britain's not allowed to join, which is great, except they just joined. I think it's because it was at the same time, or the sway went in before we were on the side. What is Kome Yamato doing in the Meiji restoration? Bro, he's just faster. Meiji's not old enough yet, dog. This is one of the fastest I've seen the AI do. Japanese AI is good now? I don't know about good. This man says cheater. Is it cheating to be this handsome? I don't know. Will says I was hoping for a stall. Well, let me tell you, Will. We make that joke a lot. And let me tell you, law of large numbers, we do get a lot of stalls. So, Step Britain is crazy. Yeah. They do be a little crazy sometimes. Now we have an antagonistic attitude. It's really not too big a deal, though, having an antagonistic attitude. Here, let's... Because... We even have the friendship army, too. This is their soldiers. So when they fight us, these guys will get mobilized on our side, just to be clear. In case there was any ambiguity on how that worked. So, all it takes for them to mobilize their thing. You can only build one building with that specifically type, so that they get graveyard, so you could choose one of them. Which building would you could choose? One building with specifically that type. I don't know what you mean by that. You mean one resource building, one agrarian, one grain building, one plantation building, one mine building? Unfortunately, we can't join to reset relations there. Oh, wait, what happened? Did someone back down? Baroda? Bueller? Did they back down because Great Britain mobilized the friendship army? That's such a wild bug. Now we'll just reset relations with Great Britain. So just to be clear here, see this? Oh, they were antagonistic before. Okay, well. Fair enough. Amish Paradise was interesting and very hard. If you could choose one building to build for an entire run, what would you choose? It would probably be iron mines. I don't know, that one's tough. Maybe tools. Tools, probably. Yeah, tools. As a representation of the total construction cost of an economy, tools is probably highest. So it's probably tools. But then you're not building the other stuff, so your economy doesn't actually use any tools. Yeah, that's rough. Even if you're importing stuff, it won't use tools. And arbitrage isn't effective. So yeah, maybe it's iron. And you have to import everything else. So, interesting. I'd say barracks. Were you the one who asked the question? You're just setting yourself up to say barracks? Yeah, barracks might be the real answer. You're right. I'm mistaken. Trying to think economically speaking. It would be universities because of what I want is knowledge. Yeah. Construction sector is actually the actual answer. Because if the private queue, if you're, well, I assume your thought experiment, the private queue can only build this building too. But if the private queue can build whatever, then it 100% is construction sectors. Yeah. To build what, Connor? Says Will. Will, you don't understand. You build construction sectors. That way you can build more construction sectors. Come on. Try and keep up. I think we're gonna wrap up here though, because I really have to pee, and then I also don't want to go for a longer period of time, and I don't want to have the pee interruption, and then I come back for 10 minutes, and then we're like, ay. All right, so let's see if anyone else is playing Vic 3 on Twitch, and we can give them a raid. Raiding party. All right. Abibi is playing Vic 3. Let's send you guys his way, I suppose. He's always playing, like, as we're finishing. So we actually end up raiding him a lot. So, /raid. He is playing USA using Hearts of Victoria mod for multiplayer. So he's playing multiplayer. Or he's practicing for multiplayer? I'm not sure. We'll give the link in the YouTube chat. And then we will say goodbye to the YouTubers. Goodbye now. And then we will send